out front. Do you want me to run and grab it? Or you can just yell out.
I have one.
Will that work? Can you yell into the microphone?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 7 o'clock.
I'll go get it so you can.
I'm informed by our town clerk that we have the required 50 people for a quorum. I therefore declare that the 2014 special town meeting is in session. To start things off, ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise and stay standing to pledge allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing, ladies and gentlemen. I just like us to take a minute, as I always do, to remember our veterans, past and present, who are in harm's way and who have faced past wars, that we have a moment of silence for our veterans. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would have you look on the very back of your warrant for the moderator's housekeeping rules. If there's any question about procedure, those are the rules that I usually go by. In addition to those rules, housekeeping rules, all visitors to the town meeting must be in this section right here. Visitors to the town meeting may not be on the floor. Only voting residents of the town may be on the floor during town meeting. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, in the event of a fire alarm, that the exits are all clearly posted on the sides and in the back, on your left, my right, and on the sides. All of those exits are fully functional, and they all lead you to the back of the gymnasium, where you can make a quick exit out of the high school if necessary. The voting color, the card tonight is a green. You must have a green card in order to vote. And when we vote, whether for or against, raise that card and keep it raised so that I can take a visual count. In the event of an actual hand count, we have counters scattered throughout the gymnasium, and when the vote is taken, keep your hands raised until you're counted, and then the counters will go to the microphone and report their counts, and that's how we'll do that if a hand count is necessary. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have some members of our Longmeadow High School who are here to talk about a high school play. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Rinaldi. Behind me is Max Rubin, Sanjay Johari, and Alec Barquette. We are members of the senior class of Longmeadow High School. I just wanted to tell everyone that this Thursday and Friday at 7 o'clock and this Saturday at 2 o'clock, the class of 2015 will be presenting High School Musical, Disney show. Tickets are $10. You can buy tickets at the door or here, outside. And it's going to be a great show, and I just ask that everyone come. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. And with those matters taken care of, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed directly to the motion under Article 1. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $150,405 from the FY 2015 Community Preservation Fund revenues for CPA Fund Balance Reserve for Open Space at $50,135, CPA Fund Balance Reserve for Community Housing at $50,135, and the CPA Fund Balance Reserve for Historic Preservation for $50,135.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 1. Mr. Foster.
The Community Preservation Act requires that town meeting to appropriate or reserve for future appropriations at least 10% of the estimated annual CPA revenue for acquisition and initiatives for each of the following three categories: open space, community housing, and historic preservation. Approval of this article will satisfy the requirements for FY 2015. Currently, the FY15 state matching share is estimated at 23% of our prior year surcharge of $314,673, or $72,375.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 1. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, unanimous affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 2, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the total sum of $310,000 to the FY 2015 operating budget accounts for retirement of short-term debt, $300,000, and to interest on the short-term debt of $10,000.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 2, Mr. Foster.
The appropriation will be used to pay down the debt service on the drainage debt authorized in Article 10 of the May 2014 annual town meeting and other previously authorized debt.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 2. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify by raising your green cards? All those opposed? Motion passes, unanimous affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 3, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $92,400 from the FY 2015 water receipts to fund the debt service on the debt authorization for replacement of the water mains on Edgewood Avenue and Glenwood Avenue as proposed in Article 13 of the May 13, 2014 annual town meeting.
We'll hear a second. Motion is moved and seconded. In further discussion on the motion under Article 3, Mr. Foster.
The majority of Edgewood Avenue and Glenwood Avenue water main project is complete. This FY 2015 appropriation will allow for the principal reduction of the $440,000 debt authorized approved in May 2014.
Do I hear, is there further discussion on the motion under Article 3? Seeing none, yes? Yes, sir.
Peter Landon at 5 Meadowbrook. Would it be possible at a future town meeting to have a chart on the aggregate amount of debt that exists? So when we deal with these minor debt reductions, and I think there's 3 or 4 of them, I'm just waiting for the moderator to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Landon.
Okay. What I was recommending was that we have an overview on the chart, which would show us the amount of debt when we get into 3 or 4 minor reductions in short-term debt, that we have a frame of reference and a context for our action we're taking. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been passed a note that there is a Toyota Camry out there. It had left its lights on. It's tag number 69640. Your lights are on. All right. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 4, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Excuse me, strike that. Right. We have to take a vote on Article 3. Excuse me. Further discussion on the motion under Article 3? Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, unanimous affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 5, Mr. 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town
Foster.
vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $97,900 from the FY 2015 sewer receipts to fund the debt service on debt authorization for the North Interceptor sewage design as approved in Article 11 and Colton Place sewage line replacement as approved in Article 12 of the May 13, 2014 annual town meeting.
Well, here a second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 4. Mr. Foster.
Work on the Colton Place is complete with the exception of final paving, which will be done in the spring. The design work of the North Interceptor sewage is ongoing and expected to be completed by spring of 2015. This FY15-2000 appropriation will allow for the principal reduction of $466,033 debt authorization approved in May 2014.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 4. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, unanimous affirmative vote. Okay. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 5, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $250,000 for a site evaluation / site analysis, programming study, schematic design, and design development of up to 2 sites for the new DPW Public Works Complex.
Do I hear a second? Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 5, Mr. Foster.
The DPW Facility Task Force that was impaneled in 2009 identified 4 potential sites for a new facility. Also, the Select Board eliminated the existing site for consideration because of its location in the floodplain and questionable soil conditions. The purpose of this article is to select up to 2 of the 4 sites for evaluation and initiate facility design at the sites.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Further discussion on the motion under Article 5. Yes, sir.
Stephen Metz, 171 Coventry Lane. Having toured the facility, there's no doubt that it needs to be replaced. I was just wondering if someone could go through what the $250,000 is going to be spent on, sort of what categories. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address that, Stephen. What we're doing is quite a bit different than just a straight feasibility study. With the high school, we issued a feasibility study at the range of $750,000, and that just provided a feasibility. In this case, we're going to go in and do an evaluation of the existing DPW operation to check for current day standards, operational deficiencies, operational strengths, possibly even outsourcing, these type of elements. And from that data, we will then go to the A&E firm and they will start to do the programming phase, which starts to size the facility. When the sizing of the facility starts to take place, we'll go into the site considerations at 2 sites, at least 2 sites in town, and start to price up what it would cost to actually site that facility at that location. When this part of the phase is done, we'll immediately move into preliminary design, schematic design, with the end result is we will have schematics and renderings to be able to put up on a bulletin board to show each resident of Longmeadow the exact location and what the facility will actually look like. And at that point, it'll be sized out, ready for construction, and ready for final award of the design money. We will then come back to the town meeting for design money to finish the design work, which will take it from approximately 50% design to 100% design. At that point of the design, you'll have full plans and specs. You'll be able to go out, a Class A estimate, you'll be able to go out for a bid. And the third part or fourth part will be the actual construction money. We're talking about a 1.5-year phase, and this is the genesis of the project. This is the first step that we will take. We're under no obligation to move past this first step, but we have to get the first step done regardless of where we build the facility. Is that enough, Mr. Metz?
Further discussion on the motion under Article 5? Yes. Just a moment. Just a moment, Mr. Grant, please.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Jeff Klotz, 47 Converse Street. Please explain how the wording of this motion is no different than saying a blank check.
Mr. Foster.
It says less than or greater than.
I'm not sure I understand.
Read the motion, please.
Pardon?
Read the motion, please.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, do you want me to read the whole motion for you, sir?
Does the motion include what's printed, or is it modified?
Modified. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a differential we had. Coming up, Mr. Grant.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 5? Mr. Grant.
I'm going to be voting against this article, and it's not because there are not problems at the DPW facility. I've toured it along with the rest of the select board and members of the public. The reason why I'm not voting for it is that I don't believe that we should be going forward with a project this big unless it's part of a long-range capital plan. Right now, we have under consideration a new senior center. We have under consideration, possibly in the somewhat near future, a new middle school. In addition to that, we have capital needs which have already been identified, $100 million, $150 million, $200 million that include water and sewer lines, roads, sidewalks. And the question is, how are we going to pay for all of this? What is the priority of all these projects? What if there's not enough money to do all of these projects together? Which comes first and which gets left behind? And how much tax revenue are we willing or do we want to raise? How much tax revenue can we raise? I mean, these are all questions that we are going to have to confront. They're very uncomfortable questions, but we do have to deal with them. But the fact is, nobody in this room, nobody on this board, nobody on the finance committee, nobody knows the answer to that question because that question has never been posed. We've never tried to look at all of our capital needs together when we approved the new high school. And I'll say that I supported the new high school because we got so much funding from the state. But the fact is, we looked at that in isolation. I don't think we should be looking at the DPW facility in isolation. We should be looking at it in conjunction with all the other things that we have to pay for, or that we might have to pay for. One of the things that our former interim town manager, Barry Castillo, said in the March of 2013, and this just had to do with a very small number of capital projects that we do every year. He said, these capital projects, so there's a much smaller amount of money, these capital projects should be in the context of a long-range capital plan. And since I ran for select board, since I've been on the select board, I've been pushing for just that, to form a committee, to develop a long-range capital plan, to ask those hard questions about the priority of these projects, and to really think about how much tax revenue we're going to raise, because that's exactly what it's going to take. Everybody can see it with this new high school. And again, I'll repeat, I supported the new high school, but there's a tangible effect on taxes. And so we have to think about whether a DPW facility, which I'm going to tell you is a $15 to $20 million proposition. We're not going to get any state aid for this. And understand that what you're voting for is a study that is going to take us away from the existing site. Now, I think we may see some pictures about the deficiencies to the current site. You are not talking about repairs. That's not what this study is about. I think money can be well spent. I think a very limited amount of money can be well spent to address things like new garages or making sure our trucks stay out of the rain. That's not a $15 or $20 million proposition. One of the reasons why the select board voted, and I was not one of the people that voted in favor of this, for a new DPW facility at a different location. And keep in mind that if it's at a different location, that means we have to buy the land, which is going to be a fairly expensive proposition, or we're going to have to take town land that we already own and displace something else. The fact is, a new DPW facility of that order is going to displace other priorities. And maybe that's what we want to do, but I don't think we should be engaging in this process until we've made that decision, until we've decided that it's high enough on this list of priorities. The other concern that I have is that this was actually not voted as the highest priority of the select board. In fact, the highest priority was DPW operations, which is distinct. There have been some basic, what I would call operational and management issues. People who were here last fall may have recall a discussion of traffic signals. A member of the community came to us and handed us a study that they had done about traffic signals, quite a number of them, that did not work. It fell upon a citizen to inform us that traffic signals were not working. And despite that, many months went by, despite prodding, that these traffic signals were not inspected and were not fixed. They were eventually inspected and fixed at the end of August of this year. I mean, that's a basic operational management issue. And the concern that I have is that you can have those very same operational and management issues. You can have grass not being cut. You can have trash not being emptied with or without a new DPW facility. I think our money is best spent, our attention is best spent at this point of focusing on these operational issues. And I think what we really should be looking at is to identify whether we really want to move from this site, if in fact we do want to spend the kind of money it takes for a new DPW facility. Because at a new DPW facility, if we were to totally redo what we have, it would also be a $15 or $20 million proposition. And whether we can get by with repairs. Now, one of the issues is that part of the facility is in a floodplain. Part of it is not. It just coincidentally, one end of it is slightly higher than the other. Now, there's nothing magical about the risk between being just 1 foot above the floodplain and 1 foot below, okay? I mean, it's basically the same risk. And the fact is, one of the options that we should be looking at is keeping it where we are. And if this 100-year flood does occur, then we could move trucks up. And I think that's something that we should really take a hard look at before we engage in a process that's going to entail a lot of money and a lot of displacement of other important priorities. So I'm going to be voting against this article.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Wojcik.
Roger Wojcik, 57 Parkside Street. I want to remind everybody here that this DPW facility, the core, was built in 1931, over 80 years ago, when the town was some 1/3 the size that it is now in terms of population, which correspondingly had far less in the way of streets and other infrastructure. That's number one. Number two, I've been on the Capital Planning Committee, actually was on over 10 years ago, and personally toured the site. It was unbelievably bad in terms of a facility at that time as a place to work. My background is in engineering, maintenance in particular, therefore I'm comfortable with making a comparison with other facilities to what I saw over 10 years ago. One of the concerns I have is over safety. The place is filled, literally filled with asbestos. The working conditions you saw would pass no commercial operation that I know of right now, whether you're talking the protection from a safety upset or, as I've already mentioned, the exposure to asbestos. I personally wouldn't work there. I don't care what kind of money you offer me. Question I have for the Board of Selectmen is, how much time is lost due to substandard operations and substandard space? Clearly, the group is working at a disadvantage. I'd like to know if there's been any estimate made as to how much time we actually lose by trying to continue in that existing facility.
Mike? Let me call up the Director of Public Works.
Mr. Vrabel?
Mr. Wojcik, it's very difficult for me to quantify right now, but I would say hundreds of hours, hundreds of man hours. The maintenance department used to be housed in the high school. They had a 5,000 square foot facility. Now they're in a basement, a storage room at Glenbrook Middle School. Whenever they do something, they have to take saws, whatever equipment, set it up outside, make cuts, and move the equipment back inside. The maintenance department, you saw some of the equipment maintenance. You saw a picture of the sewer jet. Town's most expensive vehicle cannot fit into the garage for maintenance. So when it gets down, when it gets broken, it has to be fixed out in the yard or sent out and outsourced. I can't give you a dollar amount right now, but say average $22 an hour, there are 500 to 1,000 man hours per year that I would guess.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, David Gustafson, Ardsley Road. My question was somewhat similar to Roger's, so I'll forego that. I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Grant. I think you brought up some very salient points. First and foremost, and don't take this personally, I'm trying to understand if indeed we have to move from that current site. I understand that apparently it was built on a dump site, the implication being that it's not solid footing, etc. In my former life, I used to travel around the world putting up plants, and you'd be surprised at the type of terrain one can put plants up. Moreover, and Mr. Moderator, these questions would go to Michael. With respect to the bays, I don't understand why we can't use something like steel curved buildings that are used in the military for equipment like that. Because ultimately, to me, it gets back to when you're building a new plant, a new factory, it's always predicated on what level efficiencies one can bring to the party on the end result. For example, are you building a new plant or new equipment because you have more residents in town, and therefore you're going to need more headcount? I don't think that's the case. The town's built out. And kind of following in Roger's question, does that mean that, I'm trying to ascertain the cause and effect. Are we going to have better road service? Are we going to have better sidewalks because we're moving the building? If indeed this floods, and I was unaware of the fact that half of this was on a floodplain and half wasn't, which kind of is interesting, I don't understand why we can't move the trucks up to Bliss Park during that flood time and then move them down. Ultimately, the bays are horrendous. I've seen them myself. I don't want to come off as insensitive, but Mr. Grant's point, I don't see, within the context of everything that needs to be done in town, stepping up and spending approximately 15 to 20 million, perhaps more, when we have a whole host of other capital needs. And lastly, I'm curious as to why this wasn't put forth in some sense of context. For example, when this school was being built. You know, I think Mr. Crandon brought this up. While perhaps he voted for the new high school, I would have liked to have seen more engaging discussion around the total context of needs in the town. Because clearly at this point, I don't believe we could raise taxes anymore in this town. I genuinely don't. It's a great town, but I think we kind of may have tapped out. So, therefore, I'd like to just gain some qualifications. Mike, I don't know if indeed you can or not. Are we going to gain tremendous, I know you quoted 500 hours to 1,000, but that's kind of a guess. I don't understand why we can't remodel down at the existing site. Can somebody explain that to me? And in addition, what's it going to cost to remodel that as opposed to moving to a new site?
Yeah, I can address some of those points.
Mr. Foster.
Thank you, sir. First of all, you have to acknowledge this was built in 1931. This was the point of the Depression. Can you imagine the type of structures we were building in the Depression era? Just stop and think. What kind of structure would you have built state-of-the-art? Would you have gone to the end to make a facility that had growth built into it? No, you built minimum, absolute total minimum. So we started out with a minimum design structure, and don't let anybody kid you, it's built on a dump. It's verified. We've had reports since 1987 verifying the soil conditions. You've had photos slipping up behind you. You can see the cracks in the walls. This thing, to imagine if you took 1,000 pounds of paper and put it in a can and burned it, and you ended up with ash in the bottom, and then you compress the ash down, okay? And you can stand on the ash as long as it's dry. What happens when it gets wet? That's what's happening in this structure. This structure is oozing. The slabs are moving, the walls are cracking, and it's been doing this since 1987. This was brought out in a fairly strong engineering report in 1987. Since that point, we've had 19 different select board members enter this board, 4 of which have spent, I think, a total of 58 years on this select board, and this issue has never been brought forth. I can't tell you why it was never been brought forth, other than it's easy to kick DPW cans down the road and forget about it because it's out of sight, out of mind. But the facility at this point, we would take engineering report. Now, Mr. Grant has put some figures forth that you can put any figures forth you want, okay? He's picked the worst case scenario figures from the Time Bond study, talking about it's going to cost $3.5 million extra work at this site just for foundation work to put new buildings in there. Would you build a building in a floodplain? I don't think so. I don't think anybody in their right mind would build a building in a floodplain at this day and age, especially when every time we open the paper, it says that the climatic zones are changing. I don't think I'm not going to do it. I'm a facility manager. I wouldn't even consider building in a floodplain. So we've had studies since '87. We had another follow-up study in 2004, which basically took the '87 study and amplified on it even more, and basically said, you've got to move out of that facility. It's going to cost you too much to build. The economy of scale is not appropriate to build down there. The facilities right now are so small you can't get the vehicles in and out. I don't know if you've been down there and watched that big truck.
I've walked through with Mike personally.
Okay, well, you've seen how tight everything is. Mm-hmm. Would you like to work there?
Well, it's not a function of what. Well, I'll let you continue, then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Okay, but I don't think there's anybody who would like to work in the conditions there. Folks, it was built for Model T trucks. We don't have Model T trucks anymore. Stop and think. This is 1931. This place was built. There was only like 2,000 homes in the town of Longmeadow. There was only 23 miles of roads. We didn't have the schools. This was 35 years before the first high school that we just bulldozed and replaced was even built. I mean, we're talking 2 lifetimes back, and yet nobody's ever done anything at this facility because of the similar discussions that's taking place in this room right now. Everybody says, well, this, well, that. When they put it off another 3 years, and finally, DPW gives up, and they go back and they do their job. Move the vehicles up out of there when it's a flood? Are you kidding me?
No,
why are we going to
not.
take our people into a flood to move vehicles up on a hill when we got a flood? It's insane to stop and consider such a thing. We're in a flood. We got water rising. Why would we have our vehicles and staff down in there when we don't have to? It's not a matter of desire or need. We don't have to have them down there anymore. We can move them up, give them a decent facility to work in. I mean, they can go on another 80 years. I mean, somebody might dance on my grave when this thing finally gets attention. I hope not.
No.
I think 80-some years is long enough. This issue needs to be resolved and needs to be brought forth.
I would agree with you, Mr. Moderator. If I
please,
may
if we
just
can move
follow
this
up very
debate along.
briefly. If I may follow up briefly. I couldn't agree with more with the general sense that clearly the facility needs work. I don't think anybody debates that. I guess the question comes down to kind of paraphrase and summarize Mr. Grant is, we have a collection of needs. Where does this fit into that need wheel, number one? More of what do we get for doing it? I understand the conditions are deplorable. They can be, I've seen homes that are deplorable and flipped. I really would need to understand the aspect that you can't build on this unless there's $3 million in. I don't want to go down that thing, but I believe that it could be built there. And lastly, looking at what I feel is a reasonable cost assessment of 15 to 20 million, it's just a lot to bite off for unknowns in terms of what we get back relative to that investment. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Mr. Friedman.
Kurt Friedman, 24 Ridge. To follow up on a point that was raised earlier about there being friable asbestos at this facility, is it really friable asbestos, or is it asbestos that has been encapsulated? I can't believe there's friable asbestos at a facility. That'd be a hazard and that'd be recognized. Is it really friable asbestos, or has it been encapsulated?
Mr. Rabel, please.
There's asbestos on the site in a multiple of locations. As you saw pictures before, you saw a long shed, open three-sided shed with corrugated material. The ceiling, the roof, and the walls are all transite. It's been there. It's guesstimated in 1987. It was guesstimated that was built in the 1940s. Transite is asbestos concrete.
I'm very familiar. I'm a registered
Everybody else
engineer
may not
that
be,
does
Mr. Friedman.
All right.
Okay,
Can we
that's
just
not
hold it,
friable
hold it,
asbestos then.
hold it.
There's
Mr. Rabel,
also,
Mr. Rabel, please, can we carry on the debate in an orderly fashion and not try to talk over each other? Mr. Rabel, please.
thank you. In the open bays of the garage, there was also transite board that was used at the same time. So it's asbestos concrete board that was used to separate the bays. So as over the years, since 1950, when that addition was added, when trucks back up to it and bang into it, yes, there is exposure. We had a cleanup, I think in 2006, 2007, we had a cleanup of the site. And we put plywood at the bottom 4 feet where it is most likely that there would be contact from a truck or a wheelbarrow or whatever else. There is asbestos on the site. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman?
Being a resident in this town for many, many years, and also sitting on the capital planning committee, I've also seen many issues and needs identified in this community, including new middle schools, senior centers. We have a lot of infrastructure work to do in this town, in terms of streets, sewers, and water pipes. And we even have a fire truck on the agenda for this evening. We have many needs and wants in this community. And I also do planning for facilities as well. And I support the need to have a master plan so we can see how all this is going to be paid for. I agree, and I've been to the DPW, I agree that it needs work, but I think that needs to be put in balance with all the other issues in town. I don't want this town to be in a position where we have needs and wants like a new school or a new senior center, but we can't do it because we're paying to move trucks somewhere. There's many priorities that need to be established, and I think certainly the DPW is one priority, but it needs to be balanced with all the other needs and wants in this community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Further discussion on the motion under Article 5. Mr. Gold.
This evening we've heard some emotional discussions. We're not asking for a new DPW tonight. whether the number's $15 million, whether it's $10 million, whether it's $8 million. What we're asking for is money to identify what it will take and where the right place would be in order to come back to a town meeting at a future date. You know, the question of a larger capital plan, we do that. We do that every year. We do that every 5 years. We've got a 5-year plan out there now. So this request is not for DPW. Don't get hung up that we're out here asking you for big money. You know, what we're asking for is funds to understand what it will take to provide a facility that will support one of the major operations in our town. The operation that fixes our streets, keeps our water flowing, repairs our buildings. You know, you talk about let's just move the trucks up. Tonight, if it was snowing and a snowplow broke down, there'd be somebody in the DPW working outside to fix the truck to get it back on the road, because you can't take the trucks inside to fix the truck. That's what we talk about. You know, you can move a truck up the hill, but you can't move the operations up the hill. You can't move a maintenance department up a hill when the flood happens. You know, there have been several groups that have studied this long and hard, and I understand the emotions of a town meeting to come in and say, we've heard it and we understand it, but you know, at some point there is a thought that says, let's take the time, let's put a little bit of money behind this and study it to where it needs to be so we can come back to this town meeting and do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Yes, ma'am.
Cynthia Summer, 57 Farmington Avenue. I would like to say something similar to what Mr. Gold just said. I am in favor of this. Clearly, we need to do something about the town yard. I was a member of the capital planning way back, and also chair of the Long Meadow Long Range Planning Committee. I'm a person who believes that we need comprehensive kinds of plans, as Mr. Grant said. However, in order to weigh things one against another, you need good information. What we are being asked to vote on tonight is to get the good information through a study on what are the needs for the DPW, both operationally, and that will determine what size and type of facility we need. And then we can go into a capital planning process armed with good information and make good decisions. So again, we're voting tonight on a study to tell us what needs to be done, where is the best place to put it, how much it's going to cost, and that's all information that we are going to have to make those kinds of decisions. So I'm in favor of this. Also, it's clear when you look at those cracks there, these buildings, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but I hope some engineer could say how likely these things are to keep standing. The sooner we figure out what needs to be done and get our ducks in a row and set aside whatever money we need based on what we can do, maybe we phase it with these other projects, but we've got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Santinello.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Folks, I think what you've heard is some really good discussion points. I think everybody has some valid points about what they're asking and what they're saying. What you really need to consider this evening, and I really want you to consider this as you vote throughout the night, there's millions of dollars that we're going to be spending on here in these warrant articles. What we haven't done is said, what is the #1 priority? And my only point to you is that everything can't be a #1 priority. We, the Select Board, for 2 years in a row, had the opportunity not to tax up to the full levy limit. It wasn't a big amount. It was $120,000. The year before it was $150,000. We soaked it all up. That $300,000 roughly could be looked at in terms of potentially funding sources. At the Springtown meeting, we voted for a study on the Council on Aging building. And when A happens, B happens. Regardless of what you think is going to happen, we're already looking at site selection for Council on Aging buildings. So A happens and B happens with the DPW study. A happens and B happens with tennis courts and fire trucks and so forth. And quite frankly, we've done a really poor job in coming to you to tell you what the #1 priority is. And I want to apologize just for me. I'm not going to speak for the board. But that's what the reality is that we haven't prioritized because everything can't be a #1. $800,000 for tennis courts, $700,000 for a fire truck, $250,000 for a study. It all can't be number one. And had we pulled the reins in on some of these warrant articles and said we're going to save some of this money for the potential rebuilding of DPW, you don't have to see pictures. Go down, drive by. You guys go to the dump, you know what it looks like on the outside. Okay? But we didn't have the fortitude to say, no, we don't want to spend on some of these to save that money to purchase a to start a DPW facility or help pay for it. But you have the opportunity to tell us what the number one priority is. And I just hope you vote that way. I'm just bringing it to your attention. We've done the bad job bringing this to you. You have the ability to write it.
Thank you, Mr. Santinello. Ms. Angelides?
I came on the board about 4 years ago, and the first thing I was told was, we have a big problem, and that's down at the DPW site. It's our critical department in town. It's what makes sure your toilets flush. It's what makes sure your streets are plowed, and it's a terrible facility. It's not safe down there. It's amazing the men are able to do what they can do with the trucks in that area. So here it comes on year 4. We still haven't done anything about it. We hear talk about the select board hasn't found the number one priority in town. But every year I've been told this has to be taken care of right now. We can't push this down the road. We see ceilings ready to collapse. We see salt sheds being held up by telephone poles. That's not what Longmeadow is. Longmeadow respects the people that work there. They want and they respect their DPW, and they want to have the best facility so that our streets can be taken care of, our sewers can be taken care of, our sidewalks. We demand a lot from our DPW because we are Longmeadow and we feel very important on how our town looks. So we need to turn around and say yes. And because we feel that DPW is important, we're going to sit down and we're going to make a study to decide what is the best for operations. And once we know what the best for operation is, what do we really need in the way of the facilities? We're not looking to go out and buy a huge plant for $20 million. No, we're saying here we want to see what is the best thing that we need. When I heard, when I first came on, that DPW was in trouble, I really knew it was true in the October 2011 storm. How many people said they did an amazing job? I can't believe they got out. They pushed all of that away. They made the ambulance to be able to work. And do you know where they did it? There was no heat down there. There was no telephones down there. There was no lights down there. They actually had, one of the DPW guys brought his own small generator there, and they were working and sleeping in those conditions down there. And we say a floodplain. That floodplain has been expanded by the new FEMA maps. For us to leave our DPW there when there's a sewer line underneath it, and this is what we've been studying every single year. There's a sewer line underneath it that needs to be moved. We have underground oil tanks in the floodplain. It's on a brown field. These are serious conditions down there. But we're saying with this money, we can look at those conditions, we can really analyze this department and decide what is the next move. Are we going to do it on our own? No, we need to talk to the community, but we need to get information for you. For us to do it now, we're just talking and saying this is what we think we need, but without these studies, we won't know. So I'm asking you to please support this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angelides. Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Larry Starr, 81 Williamsburg Drive. A couple of items. Number one, I don't think there's anybody in this room who thinks the old building is adequate. It isn't, and everybody knows that. That's not an issue. The issue is what do we do about it? This is a study to determine what we're going to do about it. We're not spending $15 million or $30 million or any number of dollars to build a building. But we do have to know what it will take to build a building. There seems to be some concern that ignoring the current location and looking for new locations is a mistake. That's not likely to be the case. It's been looked at for years. We know that location is bad. The people who are saying move, I've worked in some floods with Red Cross. People who say move the trucks, I think there's two problems. Mike, don't we have more trucks than we have people? I believe, yes. We have more trucks than we have people. So is there any volunteers who want to work in a flood to drive trucks that you don't know how to drive and put them somewhere else? Okay, let's take a list. So that just doesn't work, folks. It just doesn't work. And you don't want to be where water is rising. I've been there in the floods in Pennsylvania in the 70s, and it is not safe. So it's not a good solution. The other item that I hear is that of planning. there are a unlimited amount of things we need to do. We're going to talk about something called OPEB in a little while. We have liabilities for health insurance that are going to be enormous, that we're piddling around with and playing with. The solution is never going to be in a budget here. It's going to be in a decision made in Boston. But there are untold amount of things we need to do. And if we were to try to plan them all, we would run into what those of us who aren't engineers, but who work with engineers, call analysis paralysis. We will simply study everything forever and accomplish nothing. The town meeting is where these decisions are made. Okay, this is our planning group. It's been brought to us to say, this is something that needs to be done. Do you think we should do it? The commitment here is a small amount for studying, not building. And if they come back and it's a $50 million building, I don't think we're going to do it. But that's a decision to be made by this town meeting. That's our job. That's what we do here. And for people to say, no, we first have to bring you a plan and tell you what's the most important, there isn't a single most important. Are we going to say that the senior facility is more important than the town garage? No, they're both important. Okay, can we do both of them is the question. Can we do all the things we need to do? We make that decision here every year, twice a year, when proposals are brought to us. I point out this was recommended by the Finance Committee, and I believe it was approved by the selectmen in order to be put onto a ballot. There are some people who disagree, and one of the disagreements that I heard has to do with nothing that this is dealing with, and that is there's some concern by at least one person with how the department is run. That's not a building problem. It is a management issue, but it is not a building problem. That is not something that should be entered into in this discussion here, and I'm sorry that it was brought up. I will vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Crane, our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank, all the speakers for their well thought out comments, and I just want to add that this is really something that is very important to the town. When I was hired, it was relayed to me that this was one of, if not the top priority. In fact, my project management experience with things like this was one of the reasons why I feel I was chosen. I just want to convey that this initiative, this article, really helps answer all of the questions that have been raised and really lets us attack this problem in a serious way. And it is not, I agree with the analogy of paralysis by analysis. This gets us specific design steps so we can answer the question of how much is it going to cost, what's it going to look like, what's going to be in it, in a very detailed way, not a back of the envelope, 5,000 foot level. So I really hope the town will support this and help us provide a better space where we can better serve the residents of Long Meadow. Thank you.
We ready to vote? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move directly to a vote on Article 5. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes, majority affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 6. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to transfer the sum of $254,556 to the other post-employment benefit, OPEB, liability trust fund adopted under Section 20 of Chapter 32B of the Massachusetts General Laws as voted in Article 21 of the April 29, 2009 annual town meeting, and said amount to be taken from the following sources: available funds from the Treasury, $250,000, water retained earnings, $611, sewer retained earnings, $636, Parks and Recreation revolving fund, $1,374, ambulance fund, $1,935.
Do I hear a second? Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 6. Mr. Foster.
Thank you. The transfer of the above funds are in proportion to the town's total unfunded other post-employment benefit liability established within the town's most recent arterial valuation and review of other post-employment benefits. The transfer of the funds will assist in addressing other post-employment benefits granted to retirees and future retirees of the town. The funding to OPEB trust is recommended by the town's independent auditor in compliance with the Government Accounting Standards Board recommendations.
Do I hear further discussion on the motion under Article 6? Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote then. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, majority affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 7, Mr. Gold.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $696,857 to the Operation Stabilization Fund.
Do I hear a second? Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 7, Mr. Gold.
In accordance with Select Board policy, once the budget is balanced and all known deficits are accounted for, free cash in excess of $500,000 will be transferred to the Operation Stabilization Fund. This transfer to the Operational Stabilization Fund will set money aside for future needs of the community. The current balance in the Operation Stabilization Fund is $2,165,000.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 7. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a 2/3 vote because it is the Operational Stabilization Fund. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, unanimous affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 8, Mr. Gold.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to transfer the sum of $200,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund balance to the Blinn Tennis Courts and Lighting Project.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 7, Mr. Gold.
The town meeting approved $375,000 in Community Preservation Act funds in Article 18 of the annual town meeting in this past May. That brought the total funds committed to the project to $675,000, which includes $180,000 from the general fund. 2 bids for the project were received in August, and the low base bid, which included town personnel completing some of the work, exceeded the available funding by $158,000. The bid with all of the work to be performed by the contractor exceeded available funding by $217,000. Based on feedback from the town's consulting engineer on the project, the aggressive timeline for construction, as well as the lack of competition in the bidding process, were major factors in the higher than anticipated bids. The consultant engineer saw similar situations in other communities this year and advised that the project should be rebid in the winter when there could be more competition and therefore a lower bid. This article will enable the town to rebid the contract and renovate the tennis courts next year.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 8. Mr. Lamb.
Speaking for the Finance Committee has unanimously agreed to not recommend this article. It was generally felt that the grant of $675,000 for this project was already an appropriate amount to be allocated towards it. It was also, after consideration of the plans that went out to bid, it was also noted that greater efforts at cost containment might be able to be achieved such as by eliminating features such as coach walk-through passages, which allow a coach to walk between the courts and not have to step onto the court to talk to players, or not having courtside benches at each court, or perhaps not lighting all 12 courts, but perhaps 6 of them, or even renovating 8 courts instead of 12 at this time. Incidentally, the Finance Committee was also made aware of a possible long-range plan for the town that may be considered by the Select Board in the future, and part of that plan was the consideration of alternate uses for this site that may also be revenue generating, and then relocation of the tennis courts to another centrally located position in town. So these were some of the features and factors that informed the Finance Committee's decision not to recommend this article.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion under Article 8. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Stephen Weiss, 18 Pioneer Drive. I am the chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and I'd like to explain why we advocated and approved this project. First, I'd like to thank the Select Board for placing this article on the warrant so that it could be discussed and voted on at this meeting. I know that the tennis court projects have come before the town before. When we learned that the bids had come in so much higher than the amounts that had been previously authorized by the Select Board and the CPC, we were concerned. We held 2 meetings this fall in which this was one of the primary subjects. After getting input from the town and other interested parties, and after a considerable debate, we approved this additional amount by a 5-to-1 vote. We did so for a number of reasons. First, we felt it was a worthy project. Tennis courts are well used by the town and by the schools, and they're in serious need of repair. The oldest courts are, I think, over 50 years old now. Second, there appears to be a lot of support for the project in the town. Third, this is exactly the kind of project that CPC funds were meant to be used for recreational projects, among other things in the town. And finally, and related to some comments by the Finance Committee and others that you may hear, allocating these funds, these extra $200,000, will not cost the town anything extra out of the general fund. As it turns out, there's a reason these bids came in higher than expected. When the CPA law was amended in 2002 to allow funds to be used for recreational projects and renovation of recreational projects, it sort of opened up floodgates. Since I went on the CPC, the state CPC website, and since 2012, there have been at least 13 applications from CPCs across the state to either renovate, replace, or build tennis courts. Because of that, it's something of a seller's market for contractors who build these courts. And it's not exactly an apples-to-apples comparison based on the CPC website, but based on what I've been able to figure out, looking at other tennis court applications across the state, it appears that the bids we received were right in line with other similar projects, cost-wise per court. In otherwise, if the CPC and the town at large are suffering from a little bit of sticker shock, it's because we did not have enough information about what's going on in other communities and across the Commonwealth and in the market. We've expressed our hope and our concern to the town that the final bids will come in less than what's been authorized so that the excess can be returned to town funds and to the CPC for other projects. But we hope that the town will support this application so the tennis courts can finally get the needed renovations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion under Article 8. Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to go, the bid process and the design of the project was facilitated by the town Department of Public Works and our office as well. And I just want to go through that a little bit to clarify. The scope of work for the project, the lighting, the fence, 12 courts, all of those things were determined before my time, but as we reviewed it and the funding for the project got lined up, the project evolved in, I think, a positive way that people who are stakeholders in this effort really embraced. And we approached the project that if you're only going to do tennis courts every 30-something years or so, you should do them right the first time. So in addition to developing a quality scope of work that befits the town's level of play and commitment to the sport of tennis, we also retained, at the suggestion of the park board chair, a engineering consultant who specializes in the development of tennis courts. And our plans and specifications were peer reviewed by them before they went out to bid, as well as our cost estimate. And we had some sense at that time that the budget may be at issue, which is why we developed alternatives to lower the amount of contribution to the project, including insourcing some work and some other considerations. One of the considerations that we could not do was take the lighting out of the scope because this CPC funding was contingent on lighting. And people use those courts at night a lot, I've observed driving by, so I think the lighting is a good addition to the project. When we got the bids back, and anyone who's worked on projects and bidding know that your estimate is only the estimate. The cost of the project is what you get back in the bids. We found out that the project we had was not a $675,000 project. It was more along the lines of $860,000. And that was, as Steve mentioned, a sticker shock moment. Our engineer said, geez, we're seeing this in other places too. What we couldn't figure out was why and how this was happening. And again, as Steve had mentioned, the demand for these services has gone up since a legislative change to the Community Preservation Act allowed for renovation of recreational facilities. And that's something that we didn't anticipate at all. And so I just want to be clear to the town that this issue with the bid price was not a lack of oversight or poor design or anything like that. It really is a result of market conditions that we're really just learning about now, including, like I said, our expert in this really didn't understand the price pressure as well. We have advertised the re-advertisement of the project in the Central Register. That was submitted today, so hopefully if town meeting supports this, we will be ready to go and bid this project and get hopefully a more competitive price, because the contractors are lining up their work for next year and may be more interested in bidding on it. And one last point about the schedule. We tried to do the project last fall, and there were some contractors, we have now learned, that because they were already busy, couldn't bid on it because they had work for the fall. Doing it in the springtime is a challenge because that is tennis season for the schools. So one of the things we're going to do in this next round of bidding is see if we can quantify how much is it worth to allow, is there project savings to allow the bidders to do the project in the spring at an additional cost possibly to the tennis programs, or is there savings by allowing it to do it in the fall? So the questions that have been asked, we really are going to try to answer it as best we can. So I just wanted to give that background. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Wojcik.
Roger Wojcik, 57 Parkside. I have two questions. Number one, it's mentioned in this article that the town, excuse me, that the town personnel are going to be completing some of this work. I assume that this is work that will be done in addition to the $833,000 estimated total cost for the job. I'd like to know what the value of the town's participation is going to be. And then number two, I'm interested in knowing how much of a premium we are paying for the so-called aggressive timeline for construction. Normally, that is a huge premium, and I'd like to know what that number is.
Mr. Crane, please.
Thank you. As I just mentioned, we're not sure what that premium is. That's why we're structuring the next bid to assess that premium in terms of the scheduling. In terms of the value, the low bid was $891,000, including all of the work. We had a series of bid alternates for town work, and some of that, I think the value of that work was on the order of $60,000, demolishing the fencing, the existing courts, some site work. I think for the sake of continuity and timeliness, we want our selected contractor to do as much work as possible. But we still retain the option of trying to insource some of the work to drive down the cost of the project.
Mr. Wojcik, please.
Excuse me, if the town were to go ahead and do it entirely by third party, then the number could rise from $833 to close to $900,000. Is that right?
Mr. Crane?
What you said so far. No, the value of the town's personnel work is about $60,000.
Possibly under the previous bidding, that was what we found. Yes, I can't predict what'll happen next.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Wojcik. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am.
Beth Evans, 85 Inverness. Since there's already lighting down there, how much has to go into changing lighting?
Would you tell me your name again, please? I'm sorry.
Beth Evans.
Thank you.
The language of the article that was passed by town meeting last year for the CPC funding included energy efficient lighting as a requirement for the project. The lighting that's there is decades old and extremely energy inefficient. The new lighting that we would get would light the courts better and be, I think, 40% more efficient. The value of the lighting, including bases, conduit, all that stuff, is about $150,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Janet Robinson, 57 Canterbury Lane. I'm the chair of the school committee. Just wanted to say that the school committee is in support of this warrant. The courts are a part of our physical education curriculum and are used throughout the day by our high school students as part of their PE and also for our sports teams. As a reminder, our tennis teams were state champions this year. So they are valued programs to us, and we ask that you support that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Richard Elfman of 109 Tennyson Drive in Longmeadow. I'm a supporter of the Longmeadow Tennis. I believe we should pass the 8th warrant to enable the town to move forward with the tennis project. All 12 courts are frequently used by both of the high school teams, and I've been there on plenty of evenings myself where I could not get a court because all 12 courts were being utilized. I'm proud to say that I live in this town that cares enough to build that state-of-the-art high school, and the tennis courts, I think, are the crown jewel in the center of the town that everybody sees when we drive by. I think
Excuse me, just a minute. Do we have any members of the, if we have any members of the press that are on the town meeting floor, they're not authorized to be on the town meeting floor. I would ask any members of the press retire from the floor. Excuse me, proceed.
Okay. Please don't alter the plan and don't delay it. We now have a credible estimate based on real bids by certified tennis court contractors. They will reopen the project for bidding with more favorable parameters to try to reduce the price. However, the recent bid is a fair one based on what other towns have already been paying. I commend the CPC for allocating these funds to complete the project, and when the bids come back in the next couple of months, we need to be prepared to tell the contractor the funds are ready and not have another delay. The Longmeadow residents need to know that this will not add to their taxes. The money is coming from a committee that has funds set aside for this type of worthy project. I think that I urge you to vote for the 8th warrant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Further discussion on the motion under Article 8. Mr. Russell.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Select board members, school committee members, appointed and elected officials, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jim Russell. I reside at 108 Bel Air Drive. I'm here tonight as chairman of the Parks and Recreation Committee to speak regarding warrant Article 8, the Blinn Tennis Courts across from the Big Y. 50 years ago, my late wife and my 2 very young children moved to Long Meadow. My early years living here showed me that Long Meadow was dedicated to all types of youth sports. In the late 70s, I was appointed to fill a 5-month unexpired term on the Park and Recreation Commission. Subsequently, I was reappointed or reelected to three-year terms. After serving 9 years and 5 months on the Park Board, I felt it was time, and I retired from the board feeling that new blood was needed. Fast forward to 9 years ago. In 2005, I was elected to a 3-year term on the Park and Recreation Commission. I was reappointed for 2 additional 3-year terms. I am very proud to have witnessed the many sports championships our high school athletics, both men and women, have achieved. Long Meadow should be very proud of that. I am here tonight to ask for your support to vote yes for the CPC money so we can demolish the 12 existing blind tennis courts and construct 12 new courts, which are badly needed. For the 18 years I have served as a park commissioner, I have been as transparent as one can be. I can look each and every one of you in the eye and tell you that we are doing the right thing and that we need these 12 new courts desperately. 8 of the 12 courts were built 60 years ago. The other 4 courts were built in the late 70s when I was chairman of the board. There are multiple cracks in all 12 courts. There is grass growing up through the cracks. Not this summer, but last summer, I had to close one of the courts because the potential for serious injury was there. Our tennis courts serve both the boys and girls high school tennis teams, Bay Path College, Parks and Recreation tennis programs, as well as the residents of our town. For the last 2 years, the CPC, Community Preservation Commission, has agreed to fund money for new tennis courts. You, the town meeting members, have voted the last 2 years to support this request. You have heard from our town manager, Stephen Crane, and the chair of CPC, Stephen Weiss, explain the circumstances that caused the bid prices to exceed our estimates. As chair of the Park Board, its commissioners, and the Director of Parks and Recreation, we respectfully ask for your affirmative vote on Article 8. Our sincere thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Further discussion on the motion on Article 8, Mr. Grant?
I wanted to tell you, first of all, that last night at our select board meeting, we voted not to endorse this article. The vote was 3-1 with 1 abstention, and again, not to endorse. And I think people had different reasons for it. I'm not going to vote for this, not because I don't support this project. I am completely in favor of it. I have no problem with the scope, and if it requires additional money, then I think we need to spend it. My problem is in the execution of this. I went back and looked at the updates that we received last summer, and so here's the thing that hasn't really been talked about but is important, and it is in the language that you see before you, this aggressive timeline. The reason why it was an aggressive timeline had to do with when the bid solicitations took place this summer and when the project had to be done this fall. we created that aggressive timeline. The money that was voted on at the Springtown meeting occurred in May. The June memo that I received, as did the rest of the select board, from the town manager, that was that bid solicitations were supposed to be obtained in mid-July. The next month, the prediction was the solicitations would occur in early August. And then finally in August, the solicitations were August 27th. So nearly 3.5 months after the money was voted for in Springtown meeting, did we actually get the bid solicitations. So we lost that 3.5 months, and as a result, we had a very aggressive timeline. And that drove up the bids for the 2 bids that we received. And I'm gonna just read this from the memo that we received from the town manager on September 2nd explaining this. He says, there were only 2 bids submitted for the project, and the town received feedback from firms that did not bid that they could not meet the construction timeline this fall. So we have, with the $675,000, the ability to rebid it one way or the other. What I propose is that we rebid it this winter. If, in fact, without this aggressive timeline premium built in, that the bids are still above the 675, we have the ability in Springtown meeting to vote that additional money. The concern I have is by raising the ceiling, we're inviting bidders to go up to that ceiling. So this winter, we're going to be able to rebid it without the aggressive timeline. So, like I said, my vote against it is not because I don't support these courts. I love the courts. I play on them. I want to get it done. I want to get it done exactly how all the people that are in favor are doing it. The question is, how do we accomplish that? And I just feel like by adding that $200,000, we could be padding the amount of money that the contractor is profiting from. So that's why I'm voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Further discussion on the motion under Article 8. Mr. Santinello.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I was the abstention last night because as I said, I was going to come to town meeting and make my decision. My concern is, I think you've already heard some of the concerns about how the project went from, 500,000 and so forth, and where we are today. I'm actually going to vote in favor of this. And the reason I'm going to vote in favor of this is that I think what you're seeing here tonight is the end of it, in the sense of the issues that have been that caused the cost to go higher, that caused us to be here, for the additional sum of money. I think those problems are solved, so to speak. I have concerns about where it is. I think that we've voiced those to the town manager at multiple meetings and multiple times. But I do think that, I don't think the tennis courts are going anywhere. As Mr. Russell said, I went in the springtime to see the courts and go walk them. I mean, they're not in the same shape as the DPW facility, but they're pretty close. So I would urge you to vote for it so that we can get them underway and get it done the right way in the right time, so it has minimal impact on the tennis season for the students and for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santinello. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Friedman.
Kurt Friedman, 24 Ridge. When I sat on the capital planning 2 years ago, the tennis courts were identified as being a high priority, and they are very much needed to have the renovation done. They're actively used by our students and our residents, and I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Yes, sir.
My name is Don Holland. I'm a member of the CPC. I question Mr. Crane as to why the additional funds. Well, the problem is the system that we have. The applications come before the CPC. It takes several months for us to meet with the applicants, sometimes 2 or 3 times. We then vote on it. And in order for the applicants to come to us, they get an early quote. And so by the time the system goes through, where you've not only got the time for the CPC voting on it, you then have to have the time for a warrant to be published. and then for the town meeting to be voted. So at that point, Mr. Crane, when he went out for bids, was in the height of the season for builders. Look, if I'm buying a gas grill, I don't buy it in the summer. I know I'm going to be gouged for a price. On the other hand, if I want to buy a gas grill, for example, I was at A.W. Brown, it was $250 less if I buy it in the winter. What the purpose of this meeting is for, with regard to the tennis courts, is to allow Mr. Crane and for the town to vote during the winter when the prices are cheap. So this way it'll be the first in line, and hopefully we'll get a break on the prices. This has been a system that has been going on, this particular warrant has been going on for the last several months, and I think it's a crown jewel for the town. Thank you very much, I support it.
Thank you. We ready to vote? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to vote on the motion under Article 8. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? Majority affirmative vote. The motion passes. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 9, Mr. Gold.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to reduce the amount appropriated for the town's response to damages incurred during the storm of October 29 to 30, 2011, voted by the Select Board on November 21st, 2011, under the authority of the Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 8(9), from $11,879,750 to $11,026,000.
Do I hear a second? Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 9, Mr. Gold.
An $11,879,750 bond authorization was approved for the town's response to damage incurred during the storm of October 29th to 30th, 2011. From time to time, the town did issue debt in aggregate amounts of $11,026,000, all of which has been paid off with the exception of $126,000. A final reimbursement from the Mass Department of Transportation is expected to exceed the $126,000 that's outstanding. The town's final out-of-pocket cost incurred for the storm cleanup is expected to be approximately $1,600,000. I think that should be 11 million, shouldn't it, Paul? No, $1,665,000. The town covered these costs from appropriations made from its reserve funds during 2012 and 13. And I would just also point out that the reason we're voting to reduce the appropriation amount is because if there's money outstanding that we haven't actually borrowed against, it counts against us, if you will, in Boston. So if we have money authorized to borrow and we don't intend to ever borrow against it, we need to just take it off the books. So this is almost a bookkeeping kind of request.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 9. See, no.
Peter
Yes, sir.
Landon, 5 Meadowbrook. I want to compliment the town on chasing down FEMA dollars, Mass dollars, and Eric Madsen for his leadership in collecting those receivables.
Thank you, Mr. Landon. Further discussion on the motion under Article 9. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 9 as read, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, majority affirmative vote. Unanimous affirmative vote, excuse me. Further, moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 10, Mr. Gold.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend as follows Section 5-319, dog license penalty of the general bylaws of the town. Number 1, effective January 1, 2016, to change the penalty from $15 to $30 and to change the date for the imposition of such a penalty from 60 to 30 days of the due date, so that, as amended, said Section 5-319 would read as follows. A penalty of $30 shall be imposed after written notification to dog owners of an annual fee in addition to any other basic license fee. For any dog license purchased more than 30 days after the due date, said penalty to be retained by the town.
We'll hear a second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 10. Mr. Gold.
Yes, town staff, inclusive of the town clerk personnel, the animal control officer, and police personnel, spend an inordinate amount of time tracking and seeking payments from delinquent dog owners of dogs that are not licensed. The increased fee will add to incentives to dog owners to timely license their dogs and avoid these tracking and collection processes that, if left unpaid, eventually lead to additional efforts by town personnel and subsequent court involvement. The bylaw will not be effective until well over a year from now to provide time for the Attorney General's approval.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 10. Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will vote in favor of this, but Mr. Gold and I have had a conversation, and when this doesn't work, which I don't think it will, I don't think there's enough teeth in it to have much of an effect in town. I would suggest that we come back and add a second level penalty after the 30 days, which is if it's not paid, then you have a $100 fine. And if you want to stop the staff having to deal with this, I think you'll find that that may have an impact, whereas the $30 will have only a small impact. So keep that in mind when we have to bring it back.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Further discussion on the motion under Article 10. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, majority affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 12, Ms. Angelides. 11, excuse me.
I move that the town vote to amend the following section 6-311, licensing to solicitors and canvassers of the general bylaws of the town. I ask be allowed to dispense with the reading of the article as it is printed in the warrant.
All right. Is there any objection to that? Do I hear a second? Second. The motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 11.
This
Ms.
change
Angelides.
Thank you. This change is recommended by the Town Council to address comments made during the Attorney General's review of a similar bylaw in another community.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 11. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion as read under Article 11, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, majority, a unanimous affirmative vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 12, Ms. Angelides.
I move that the town vote to amend Article 5, Chapter 800, the demolition delay for structures of historic or architectural significance in the following respects. I ask to be allowed to dispense with the reading of article as it is printed in the warrant.
Do I hear any objection to that? All right, do I have a second? Second. The motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 12, Ms. Angelides.
The proposed changes to the demolition bylaw, delay bylaw, are merely administrative changes and do not change the substance of the existing bylaw. They are proposed in order to address inconsistency in the bylaw and to enable the committee to respond effectively and in a timely fashion to a proposed demolition permit.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 12. Yes, ma'am.
Beth Hoff, 24 Pinewood Hills. These changes to the bylaw will do the following. First, it will bring the committee in line with the other town committees by requiring staggered terms of office for the appointed members. Currently, members are appointed for life. Second, it will make the language of the bylaw internally consistent by replacing the term Historical Commission with Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee. As it currently reads, the Demolition Committee is responsible for some of the tasks and the Historical Commission is responsible for some of the tasks. The revisions will assign responsibility for implementing the bylaw to the Building Demolition Committee. The Building Demolition Committee's sole purpose is to implement the demolition delay bylaw, so I believe it should have this responsibility. Third, it would require the committee to meet annually. In order to be able to respond effectively and in a timely fashion to a proposed demolition permit, the committee needs to be prepared to do so. Timelines in the bylaw are tight, and this was done on purpose to minimize potential delays for the person who requested the permit. If a demolition permit is requested for one of the 188 pre-1901 structures, the building department is required to notify the Building Demolition Committee, which starts the timeline for a number of tasks. Within 30 days, the committee is required to do many things: notify abutters, conduct a public meeting, and make a determination as to whether the structure can be immediately demolished. In many ways, it's like a fire department. You hope that you won't need it, but if you do need it, you will need it to work. This is a very short window of time to finish all of these tasks, so the committee needs to be ready to act promptly and efficiently in order to complete them. I believe that an annual meeting of the committee is a bare minimum needed to keep the Building Demolition Committee prepared to act, as the town has charged it to do. To date, the town has been very fortunate that it is not needed to follow these procedures to protect its antique structures. However, we need to be prepared for the future, and these changes will enable us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoff. Further discussion on the motion under Article 12. Mr. O'Malley.
Yes, thank you. Dan O'Malley, 68 Fairhill Drive, and a current member of the Building Demolition Committee. I am not supporting Article 12 for the following 4 reasons. I believe that the note presented in the warrant explaining the reasons for this article are short-sighted and misleading. The printed explanation in the warrant states, quote, "The proposed changes to the demolition delay bylaw are merely administrative changes and do not change the substance of the existing bylaw. I believe that changing the number of members of the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee from the current 6 members to 5 members, as requested in this article, fundamentally changes the substance of the law. Reducing the number of members from 6 to 5 effectively removes the safeguards providing for a broad range of citizen participation in this committee as approved by the members of the 2006 town meeting. The current requirements for 6 members, 2 members appointed by the Long Meadow Historical Commission, and 4 at-large members appointed by the Select Board, ensures that in a quorum vote, at least 1 committee member that is not a member of the Long Meadow Historical Commission is required to approve an action of the committee to implement the restrictions and/or penalties under this bylaw. Approving the reduction from 6 members to 5 would allow restrictions and penalties to move forward in a quorum vote with only the approval of the members appointed by the Long Meadow Historical Commission without a single positive vote from the at-large members appointed by the Select Board. 2, the article removes the requirement in the current bylaw that the 4 at-large members appointed by the Select Board must not be current members of the Long Meadow Historical Commission. This requirement was approved by the members of the 2006 town meeting to ensure that a decision to restrict a property owner's right to sell his or her property in a timely manner and/or impose financial penalties must have support of a broad cross-section of Long Meadow property owners, not just that of the Long Meadow Historical Commission alone. 3, the article requires term limits be placed on all at-large members appointed by the Select Board only, and not on members appointed by the Long Meadow Historical Commission. I agree that term limits for members are appropriate, but I firmly believe that term limits should apply to all members of the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee and not discriminate against one group of members only. 4, finally, as a current and original member of the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee, I find it troubling that this article was submitted by the Long Meadow Historical Commission, was never presented to the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee for review and discussion prior to submission. I believe that without a specific recommendation and discussion at town meeting for approval or denial of this article from the members of the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee, members of this town meeting will find it difficult, if not impossible, to understand the complete impact that these proposed changes will have. For these reasons, I urge all town meeting members to join me and not support Article 12. I also suggest that the Select Board, the Long Meadow Historical Commission, and the Long Meadow Building Demolition Committee sit down and formulate a warrant article for consideration at a future town meeting that ensures that the voices of all Long Meadow citizens are heard when decisions are made regarding the potential restriction of one of our neighbors' individual property rights and/or the imposition of financial penalties under this bylaw. Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion to lay on the table Article 12.
That motion is out of order. The reason that it's out of order is because a motion to lay on the table is undebatable. You have engaged in debate. So that motion to lay on the table is out of order.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening again. Stephen Weiss, 18 Pioneer Drive. This time wearing my hat as a member of the Historic Commission. I think the prior speaker is frankly overcomplicating things a little bit. I think, first of all, the preservation of historical structures in Long Meadow, I think, everybody would agree is important. The character of the antique structures in the town are part of what give the town its character. When I first joined the Historical Commission about 5 years ago, and this started to come on the radar screen at the CPC level, excuse me, at the Historic Commission level, the Demolition Delay Committee was essentially moribund. Because there are not staggered or rotating terms, when this first started to come on the radar screen, one member that had been appointed by the town had died, at least one other had moved out of town, and I think somebody else didn't even know that he or she had been appointed. The purpose of this is simply to make there's no hidden agendas here, it's simply to make the functioning of this committee more in line with other committees. I think all of the other committees have rotating or staggered terms. In this particular case, to address the issue that the prior speaker had about broad town support, 3 of the 5 members of the committee would be appointed by the town on a rotating basis. So there would be some broad input. I'm a firm believer in the old maxim, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But in this case, this bylaw is broke, because if we ever had, we've been lucky, we have not had a structure in recent memory that I'm aware of that came within the ambit of the demolition delay law. But if one comes before the town, the Demolition Delay Committee is going to have to, number 1, know who's on the committee, number 2, act quickly. And that's all this bylaw is intended to do, or this bylaw change is amended to do. And I would ask the town to vote in favor of it, just to bring the statute, the bylaw more in compliance with the practice and procedure of other committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion under Article 12. Mr. O'Malley.
Mr. Moderator, could I have clarification on your last ruling? When we spoke earlier, I was instructed to listen to the debate, to speak to the points of the debate, and then to make a motion to lay on the table, Article 12. Did I mishear something?
Well, you may have heard what you wanted to hear. What I indicated to you, and I didn't instruct you, as I tried to explain, that a motion to lay on the table is undebatable. And so therefore, when you, instead of getting up and asking to, or moving to lay on the table and sit down, that would have been a perfectly appropriate motion. However, when you got up and began to list your reasons, I considered that debate, because it's unfair for you to engage in debate and allow the discussion to be cut off without anybody else having the opportunity to debate. So that's why it's so unfair. If the motion is undebatable, it's undebatable, and it doesn't matter whether it's the speaker or anybody else. It's like a motion to move the previous question. A motion to move the previous question is undebatable. So,
may I just ask for a little more clarification?
Sure.
Thank you. Please, bear with me. This is very important to me. Thank you for your patience. I understand that there's no debate on that motion, but there was no debate on the motion to lay on the table Article 12.
I considered your comments debate.
On the motion to lay on the table Article 12?
But everything you said prior to that, I considered that debate.
Debate on the original motion of the article in the warrant, not on the motion to lay that article on the table.
Well, I don't know how else to explain it to you, Mr. O'Malley. If you were to make the motion subsequently, then you could move to lay on the table.
Okay, so you're telling me I can make it again?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Seth Tenenbaum, 28 Ardsley Road. I just had a question regarding that there's term limits for what he had mentioned, term limits for certain members of the committee, but not others. Do we, within other committees in this town, do we have it like that? Like, are there certain people within the committee that are term limited while other people are lifetime terms, or is this going to be the only committee within the town where it's, because he did have a point there where it's a little bit kind of confusing. Can you explain why it's like that? Why some have term limits and some don't? And if there's other committees within town where it's also like that, where some members of the committee are term limited and some are not?
Well, Ms. Angelides?
My understanding, and the committee can tell me if I'm incorrect, was not that term limits were put on, but terms. Up till now, whenever someone's put on a committee, they're usually like a 3-year or 2-year term. And for some reason, when the bylaw went several years ago, they never put terms. So someone was on it for life.
I'm sorry, I misspoke there. But in terms of, like, why is there a lifetime term for the Historical Society people and not for, under this motion, and not for the people within the town? Why do they get a lifetime term still?
Oh, they don't. Everyone has a 2 or 3 year terms, and so they come before the select board and they get appointed. So the Historic Commission also has terms, and they end, but we don't have a term limit on anyone. So they come, they can request to be reappointed, but that's true of the at-large members too. So now just everyone has terms.
So did the prior speaker before me misspeak when he said that the Historical Society people that are appointed will not have to be on terms? Because he spoke and said that they will have unlimited terms, and that kind of concerned me.
Yes.
So he misspoke your time.
As long as if someone is reappointed, they can be reappointed. We do not have term limits, I understand.
However, did the prior speaker before me misspeak, though, when he said they don't have to be reappointed? He said that the people that are appointed by the Historical Committee aren't under the same requirements.
Yes, he did misspeak because Historic Commission must come before the Select Board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Moderator, I don't wish to debate the question. I do wish to comment on your ruling, which, having been a parliamentarian, I believe you're simply wrong. No motion was made. When a motion is made to lay on the table, it is undebatable. It does require a 2/3 vote, does it not?
It does.
And the purpose is to allow this group to decide if they're done at that point. Comments before that are immaterial as to who made them, and therefore I will make the motion to lay on the table. Not that I think it's a good idea, but simply because I think you made a mistake in the operation of the town meeting, and that bothers me. So
You and I have
may-
had this discussion
Yes, we have.
before, Mr. Starr, and I respect your opinion.
That requires a second, I believe, right?
It does. Do I hear a second on the motion to lay on the table? All right. Right. Okay, so let me tell you where we are. There is a motion to lay on the table that has been moved and seconded. It's undebatable. We move directly to a vote. It requires a 2/3 vote, ladies and gentlemen. A 2/3 vote. A motion to lay on the table, in effect, takes the ends, it ends debate on the article, on the current motion, until somebody takes from the table as a main motion. So if this motion were to be acted on favorably, there is no more, we move on to the next article. Now, at some time before the end of town meeting, some town meeting member may have a town meeting member may have the option to take from the table, which is a main motion and requires a majority vote. So then we're back to square one as far as that article is concerned. If no action is taken on the motion, it dies. The article dies. So you understand? If you vote to lay on the table, debate ends at that point, and we move, the motion is laid on the table, and we go to Article 13. Now, at some point before the end of town meeting, if a town meeting member moves to take from the table, that is a main motion. That requires a second, it requires a majority vote, and now we're back to square one on Article 12. If no action is taken on the motion that we've laid on the table, it dies. There's a bylaw that in town that states that we must take action on every article. So if we lay the article on the table and nobody moves to take it from the table, we've taken action on the article, and the motion dies. That's how it works. So right now, we have to take a vote. All those in favor of laying Article 12 on the table, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The chair is in doubt. We'll take a hand count. Will the tellers please take their positions? All right. All those in favor of laying Article 12 on the table, would you raise your green cards and keep them raised until you are counted? All those in favor? Mr. Santos?
24.
24. Ms. Hopfe?
24.
24. Mr. Lonergan,
56.
56. Mr. Mr. Shuttleworth, excuse me.
45.
45. Mr. McGurk,
71.
71. Mr. Hallahan,
52.
52. All right. All those against laying on the table, would you please raise your green cards and keep them raised until you are counted? Ms. Hopfy,
23.
23. Mr. Santos,
19.
19. Mr. Lonergan,
21.
21. Mr. McGurk,
23.
23. Mr. Hallahan,
20.
20. And Mr. Shuttleworth,
12.
12. By a vote of 272 in favor, 118 opposed, the motion passes by a 2/3 vote. Article 12 is now laid on the table. We'll move along to consideration of the motion under Article 13.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Jeffrey Roberts. I live at 370 Inverness Lane, Long Meadow, and I move that the town vote to change the zoning district in which the land described in Article 13 of the warrant is located from Residence A District to the Business District, or take any other action relative thereto. And I ask Mr. Moderator that in the interest of time, that I be allowed to incorporate by reference into my motion the legal description which appears in Article 13 of the warrant.
Do I hear any objection to incorporating what's in your warrant? All right, hearing none, we have a second? All right, we have a second. The motion is moved and seconded under Article 13. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. May I ask that Matthew Whitmere, an architect, and Stephen Walker, who is a partner and project manager in Long Meadow Shops, be allowed to take the floor of the town meeting to participate in a short presentation.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a zone change, as you all know. There is a non-town meeting member with Mr. Roberts, which Attorney Roberts is asking to speak to town meeting about this proposal. He has some information to pass along to the town meeting in favor of this motion. I am allowing him no more than 15 minutes to make his proposal and to make his presentation. I will also, at that time, allow him to remain on the floor to take any questions from the town meeting members that he is able to answer. After that question and answer period, he will be required to retire from the floor, and we'll proceed with the debate. So, Mr. Attorney Roberts, if you'll bring your architect.
Matthew Whitmere, the architect, and Stephen Walker, the project manager. We're given a short period of time here to explain this article. It's been publicized quite a bit, and you probably know quite a bit about it, but we just want to make sure that the town meeting is clear as to what's being moved here. You have been given the opportunity to pick up a handout on the way in that has a photograph of the shopping center, Long Meadow Shops. On the screen, on both screens here is the same photograph, and I'll just explain the zone change using this laser pointer, if it will work. The white perimeter in this picture is the property owned by Long Meadow Shops.
Let me stop you for a minute. Everybody in back, can you see the screen well enough? Anybody that can't see it? Okay. Proceed, Mr. Roberts.
I apologize, but I'm unable to dim the lights. The perimeter, which is also in the handout, shows the property owned by Long Meadow Shops. That area where the light is zoned residential. The property line there, the dark line, is the end of the parking lot of the existing east end of the shopping center, so often marked by the Goodwill truck on Saturday mornings. That's where the business zone ends. From there over to that line there, which is probably not even halfway to the structure of the First Church, is zoned residential. Now, why is it zoned residential? When this property was zoned for this shopping center, before it was built in 1962, the decision was made that at this end, and actually at the other end, but certainly at this end of the shopping center, there would be an area that would be zoned single-family residential. Actually, the single-family residential zone runs from the edge of the parking lot, there where the bank is, all the way to Frank Smith Road. So it isn't just this piece which is residential. The entire parcel of Frank Smith Road was residential. And in fact, all of this land was residential before the Long Meadow Shops were built in 1962. The Long Meadow Shops wishes to expand the shopping center. And to expand the shopping center, it has to have the zone changed from a residential zone to a building zone. A business zone. And that is the reason for this request. It's a request to allow an expansion of the shopping center to the east by adding a building of about 20,000 square feet. Matthew Whitmere is the architect for Long Meadow Shops, and he has spent a considerable amount of time with the planning board in preliminary meetings explaining the proposed use of the property, which is in essence been an informal site plan design discussion because the planning board was required to hold a public hearing, which it did on October 29, to recommend a position for or against this zone change. And you will hear a member of the planning board give that recommendation when our presentation is over. So Mr. Whitmere is going to explain the project. I would just like to say for Long Meadow Shops at this point that we believe this shopping center is a real asset to this town. It is a gem of a shopping center. It was built in 1962. It's only had 2 owners in its entire existence. The present owner has owned it for 20 years. Until recently, some of the owners were residents of Long Meadow, long-standing. And I think you have to agree that the structure itself has, especially when it was built in 1962 and even today, is an extraordinarily well-done shopping center, and it's been extraordinarily well-maintained. And we believe that the addition that it's time for an addition, it's time for an expansion, and this can be done with minimal impact on the town, and that it would really be an asset to the town. We've heard a number of warrant articles tonight, most of them involving money. This is a warrant article that, if it's passed and permitting this addition to be built, will generate $70,000 to $80,000 a year in additional tax revenue, which I suggest Long Meadow needs. Again, in an area where there's no better use for that less than 2-acre piece than allowing the center to expand. There's no change in the hours of the shopping center. That's all governed by the bylaw in Long Meadow. The hours of operation aren't going to change. There's been some calls that have come in to Mr. Walker about what effect will this have on a CVS store on Long Meadow Street. The question is asked because, as Mr. Whitmer will explain, the addition will allow CVS to be relocated, which will allow some additional shops to move in, which will offer the town, frankly, some additional shopping opportunities and some attractive ones. And CVS was called and said, what do we say to people? What is your plan? And the answer was, we have no plan to pull out of Long Meadow Street. We like the location. That's a different market. It serves a different part of town, and what we do here will have nothing to do with what happens there. This warrant article is just to change the zone. Immediately, if this is approved, the next step will be for Long Meadow Shops to go to the planning board with their plans and go through a formal site and design review procedure, which will involve all of the issues that are always involved with those procedures, all of which we rely on the planning board to make sure what is done properly and as promised. Now, I'd like to introduce Matt Whitmer, who will tell you something about the structure.
Thank you, Attorney Roberts, and thank you for your time tonight. I will be brief. One of the things Attorney Roberts did mention, which is very important, we are relocating the current pharmacy out of this location and into the new area, the new acreage. The pharmacy is a destination, and having an opportunity to remove that from the parking field itself alleviates a lot of in and out traffic that are just using the pharmacy. As part of that proposal, we are including a drive-through lane for the pharmacy with a right turn in off of William Street down here, directly into the site. We have found about 25% of pharmacy users statistically do use the drive-through lane. So certainly a benefit for the elderly, for folks coming with children in the car to be able to come up and pick up a prescription and go back out of the site and exit. What we find is it frees up parking. It also allows additional parking within the center to be utilized by shoppers within the stores themselves. One of the other options, or one of the other things we've heard rather, is some of the congestion in the parking area itself. A lot of this is due to some of the dead-end parking situation where you pull in and then have to pull out of these tee-in driveways, if you will. By being able to accommodate this zone change, we are able to add more parking to the center, approximately 30% more parking. It'll allow us to alleviate these head-in, head-out situations, create better flow through the center. We're also doing a lot to increase pedestrian access and make that safer by putting in a sidewalk along here with sidewalk entrances into the site. We're going to do raised crosswalks as well at the entrances, which are a calming effect for vehicles. These raised sidewalks have been determined to slow down traffic, giving pedestrians a better chance of crossing back and forth. The existing center itself has a sizable landscape buffer in the back. This is going to be maintained and, in fact, even strengthened. The existing open space here between the First Church of Christ Science, and the Bank of America is going to remain, at least in this location. The current proposal is about 150 feet of open space between parking lots and about 350 feet between buildings. So a lot of what you see today is actually going to remain as it is. The other thing that I did want to point out very quickly is the architecture of the proposed addition is very much in keeping with the center itself. This is not an opportunity to design or build a large box retail building. Rather, this is something that would complement what is currently at the shops, both architecturally in character, as well as its size. The landscaping and site amenities that are part of the character of Long Meadow are also going to be continued into the existing center. I think with that, that includes my, my presentation. I'm certainly available for questions as well. Thank you.
Is that, does that conclude? All right. Wait, before we go into that, are there any questions? Hold on. Are there any questions of this gentleman who came off the floor, came onto town meeting floor? Are there any questions of the architect, Mr. Gold?
I'm just asking questions. Do we have a guarantee, is there a signed lease with CVS that assures that that will be a CVS tonight?
Okay. And you are, sir?
Steve Walker from the Long Meadow Shops and Grove Property Fund. And there's not a lease signed with CVS at this particular time, but that will be our first rule of business tomorrow morning if we're able to get this warrant done. We've talked to them for the last 10 years, and we know that they want to be in this site. We know that they want to expand. This is something that they want to do. The CVS that's in the shopping center today is really undersized for the CVSs that they built today. It's very difficult for people, the elderly people in town. It's difficult for people who may be handicapped to get in through that CVS the way it is today because the aisles are so small. You know, that CVS is very dated, and CVS definitely wants to come to this site.
Are there any further questions of these gentlemen outside of town meeting? Do you have a question to these gentlemen, ladies, ma'am? Go ahead.
Tara Wallman, 292 Pinewood Drive.
Okay.
My question relates to something that has not been addressed, and that is what happens to the drive-up capability for the existing Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
That drive-up lane will remain. We're actually looking at making some changes to how that is accessed so that it's a little safer for pedestrians passing in that area. That is something that we've proposed already to the planning board. So that will remain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is David Ryan. I live at 184 Primrose, and I want to parrot the comments. I think the shop's very well maintained. It's a good asset for the town. But it sounds like you have some very specific ideas of what you would like to do here. But it's really, this is not a very detailed sketch. Do you have a site plan that shows where your parking lot, how it's going to be changed, and where the curb cuts are going to be, and where the drive-through is going to be? It seems like you're asking people to make a fairly significant modification to the zoning when you have information that you haven't really shared it with the town.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We have actually been working quite a bit with the planning board on this. We do have site plans. They're really something that is not visible, unfortunately, with the lighting to be able to present tonight in any meaningful fashion. However, this has been reviewed by the planning board, who actually voted unanimously to move this to town council, or rather to town meeting. It has been reviewed, and certainly we have this available. I think this has been presented on television in the past as well.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Eric Bascom, 59 Converse Street. What's the future of the farmers market for the center of Long Meadow? There's a group from Southwick that uses our facilities. They come in every summer for the farmers market and sell their produce. I think a lot of people appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually going to be maintained. We will continue to operate.
Okay. Mr. Russell?
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Walker has done a wonderful job over the past 20 years with the Long Meadow shops. I'm not opposed to increased development, additional business, additional income for the town of Long Meadow. What scares the heck out of me is how they are going to address the additional cars, the additional traffic, the bottlenecks that occur. That is my greatest concern. The way the shops are right now, it's just with the parking and with the traffic, it's just like an accident looking for a place to happen.
No, it's a good question, and I know there's been a lot of concern about the traffic with the shops. One of the most important changes that we're doing along William Street is creating a right turn in access right into this center, which is going to alleviate any of the traffic that has to continue down and actually enter into the center down the existing entrance points along here. That right turn in is going to leave a significant amount of traffic from this rotary situation that you have right now. And then, as I had testified earlier, there's a significant amount of change going on within the existing parking area itself that's going to alleviate a lot of the dead-end aisles. We're also, by relocating CVS, we're taking one of the greatest traffic generators in the center and moving it to the outskirts, which will also significantly reduce the amount of traffic inside the center, which is creating a number of bottlenecks and concerns in this area. And lastly, I just wanted to report, we did have a traffic engineer look at this center. The addition that's being proposed is not considered by the definition of a traffic engineer as a significant traffic generator. We certainly do understand that the shops are successful. There is traffic and parking concerns that we want to address. We just want to make it a better center to shop at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Ronald Abdow. I'm a 55-year resident of Long Meadow. I live at 148 Shaker Road. And 20 years ago, I got a phone call, sitting in my office, I got a phone call from Press Blake, and he wanted to know if we were interested in buying a shopping center. We were. My brother and I called our friends, the Navarro family, and they said, let's get together, let's go, and we ended up buying the shopping center 20 years ago. For a while, George and I were in it, our age changed, our goals changed, and we decided to sell our interest off to the Navarro brothers. And we're pleased the way we ran it, and we're pleased the way they ran it for the last 10 years. 20 years, we've had one of the most outstanding shops and award-winning shopping centers in New England. The problem we've had out there is the traffic. The traffic in front of CVS and Starbucks. That's where the jam up always hits. If this goes through, CVS, when you pull into the road, CVS will be on the right. That will stop the traffic going, looking for those parking spaces. CVS is the busiest tenant. Their sales per square foot are greater than any other tenant in the operation. And in addition, that's the largest building. So you can see the traffic is very heavy there, and it'll be alleviated by going into the right. And at this time, I'd like to thank everyone who's patronized the Long Meadow shops to continue doing it and help us to keep this thing on a safety issue, keep it going well. Thank you very much.
Now, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, are the speakers want to have any questions of these gentlemen from the Long Meadow shops? Is that what you, okay. Proceed.
Actually, my question could probably be answered by several different people.
Okay.
There's 1.82.
Oh, who are you, please? I'm sorry.
Betsy Port,
Oh, yes.
212 Farmington Road.
Yep.
There's 1.82 acres in question here. I heard a rumor that the land to the east may be up for development at some point in the future. Could anyone speak to that? How much land is that to the east of the 1.82 acre site we're talking about? And does anyone have any information or facts about the fate of the church property?
Attorney Roberts.
As I mentioned earlier, all the property from the shopping center where it is right now to Frank Smith Road is zoned single-family residential. Long Meadow Shops only has control over the property in this white line, which is a 1.2 acres. Has no interest whatsoever in what the other property is. If there were to be any change made on that property other than what's permitted in residential, there would have to be a warrant at a future town meeting, which would have to pass by a 2/3 vote. So Long Meadow Shops is totally disassociated from that property, has no interest in that property, legal interest or other. And as to what else the rumors may be about that property, we really can't say, because we don't know.
So a church is on residential property?
A church and a school, those are uses that are permitted in a residential zone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Fran Kress, 273 Converse Street. My question is, I'm sorry, can you hear me now? I understand that the additional square footage is 21,096 square feet. Can you tell me what percent that is an increase over the existing square footage of retail space currently in place?
Yes, excuse me, yes, there's approximately 79,000, I think, 300 square feet of retail right now. We're proposing adding 21,000 square feet, which is about a 25% increase. However, some of that is not going to be utilized for retail, is usually back of house storage area and whatnot. So approximately 20% of the new proposal will be dedicated to retail.
About 20% will.
Yes.
So then the 30% increase in parking space would give us really effectively only an additional 10% increase in parking space. Would that be accurate?
Yes, but that actually meets the town of Long Meadow requirements per the planning and zoning regs by 100%. Currently, right now, the shops at Long Meadow are only satisfying that by 92%. So there's actually a deficit of parking right now. I believe the Long Meadow shops received a zoning variance due to that, but this will help to correct that.
Ms. Kress.
I'm a little bit confused by those statistics. You said that there will be a 20% increase in retail space, a 30% increase in parking space. The net difference is 10, so I'm not really sure how you're getting from 92% currently to a more effective rate post.
Well, currently, the Long Meadow shops don't meet the town of Long Meadow zoning requirements.
Okay, and what are they?
What are they? I believe it's 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail.
Okay.
So there's a deficit right now, and there's also restaurants in there that has a different requirement, business as well. So when you calculate it all together, you come up with a deficit of about 8%.
And are restaurants more, I would assume?
That is correct. I believe it's 3 seats per vehicle, 3
And
seats per parking space.
Are we assuming any restaurants in this new space? Additional restaurants?
Currently, we're just asking for retail right now.
But we could consider restaurants.
I'd have to talk to the. Would you like to talk about that? Or, yeah.
I think you probably understand where I'm going with this. At present, it's an incredibly dangerous, I think a pretty dangerous location, and I appreciate that you're talking about changing the way in which the parking is established, which I think is a very positive thing. But by the same token, I'm trying to balance what we will gain in retail, what we will gain in parking, and what the effective effect will be on that property and on the streets that feed into it.
If we were to put a restaurant in there, we'd have to go back to the zoning board, and they'd have to give us a variance to reduce the parking back from that 100% margin as they did in the past. And I think you find that most of the parking lots in Long Meadow do not meet the 100% standard that the town requires.
None of them are of this magnitude, but I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Facenti, 234 Redfern Drive. I would like to make a comment regarding the gentleman. I'm a direct abutter of the property that's being proposed this evening. And the fact that the Scientist Church is not part of the plan makes me also wonder how Grove Properties does want to be a good neighbor. How long will we have this buffer for? By not including the church in your design and property, by you not having interest in it, you're indicating you don't have interest in the neighbors having a buffer to the Long Meadow shops. The church is for sale, and this could be something that I understand it's residential. However, we could be at a meeting again next year, somebody wanting to change that to a business zone. So this proposal is not giving the neighborhood any buffer for any direct length of time. As proposed now, there is one, but with the sale of the church and Grove Properties not having any interest, as he said, is indicating that he doesn't have interest in the neighborhood having a buffer with this new design.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nolet?
Jerry Nolet on 724 Frank Smith Road. I'd like to build a little bit on what my friend Ron Abdow mentioned earlier.
Well, Mr. Nolet, do you have, I'm
making a statement, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is that appropriate or not? I'll wait later if I can, but I don't
Well,
wanna miss
I
the
just wanted to
opportunity.
use this period of time for these gentlemen to, for the town meeting to ask these gentlemen any questions, because
Fine.
at some
And
point
I
they
could
have
be
to
allowed
retire
speak
from the
later.
floor.
Mr. Moderator, I
I'd be
will
happy to
allowed-
recognize you, Mr. Nolet.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the developers here? Mr. Friedman?
Kurt Friedman, 24 Ridge Road. I've been involved with 2 disputes at the shopping center across the street from this involving building mechanical equipment which unfairly, unreasonably interfered with the residences nearby. I have to tell you that in these disputes, one is still yet unresolved, the other one took years and many of thousands of dollars to resolve. And there's also another dispute involving noise, involving residents in an area around the Four Corners.
Okay.
Is that this town is not prepared to deal with issues of noise abatement. And these problems go on and they persist. And in this case, this property is being developed, but there's no specifics in terms of how it's being developed and how it will be specifically affecting the nearby abutters. And I don't think it's responsible development. I think that these developers should come forward with detailed plans so that the nearby abutters who have hundreds of thousands of dollars vested in their homes will have
Right.
some assurance that they will not be unreasonably affected by these developments. And I would ask that this plan be turned down until more detailed plans are available so that we as citizens act in the interest of the abutters so that they have some assurance that their property value is not going to be unreasonably diminished by this development. Thank you.
All right. Are there, ma'am, do you have a question of these? All right. Gentlemen, if you'll retire from the floor.
Mr. Moderator, I do have a question.
Oh, Mr. O'Malley, stay right there. Mr. O'Malley.
I attended the planning committee, Dan O'Malley, 68 Fair Hill Drive. I recently attended the planning board meeting where the Long Meadow Shop presentation was given. And I just had a couple of questions. I received this Please Support the Long Meadow Shops card in the mail today. And the benefits are stated that 30% more parking by adding 139 new parking spaces. Improves circulation of the existing parking lot, including the elimination of dead-end parking rows, safer pedestrian access, and new tax revenue. At that meeting, I believe I heard that even without this expansion of this section of the residential property into commercial, that somewhere between 60 and 70% of the improvements, the access improvements, the circulation improvements, and the parking improvements could be made. Was that correct, Mr. Whitman?
Thank you. We did give testimony to that effect. However, we cannot make those changes. It's been given back to us without a zone change because unfortunately some of what was proposed in corrective measures does fall on this parcel. So the percent is in fact no longer accurate. So I appreciate you bringing that up and pointing that out.
Well, thank you. But could
Mr.
you tell me
O'Malley.
what part is the problem? Is it that that new access?
Well, right now, the parking that is on the area that is zoned residential is done through a variance. We're not allowed to modify that because that is residential without making any changes, without actually coming back and getting that variance modified. What that does is that actually creates a domino effect that impacts everything to the west. So
Right.
without being able to do that, it minimizes the ability to make changes further on in the site.
Right, but in the center of the parking, you indicate elimination of dead-end parking roads.
Right,
And
however-
at that night, you indicated that you could do that with or without this expansion plan to the eastern side of the property.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I was corrected, in fact, because that isn't possible. We would lose parking spaces, and we'd have to go back for a variance to get the actual number of spaces available on site decreased, which I doubt would be a realistic variance to request.
So I'm confused then. So what you said that night was not correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I was corrected after that, yes, that we cannot eliminate those access roads the way they are, the dead-end access routes, without eliminating parking spaces. And that would reduce our parking count overall. That would require us to go back and get a variance to decrease the amount of parking at the shops at Long Meadow.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have a question of these gentlemen?
Mr. Walker, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Mary Lou Bowen on 114 Emerson Road.
Okay.
I've been in Long Meadow for about 50 years, and I love it. And I love the Long Meadow shops. And I love CVS. But my question is, because I have shopped at CVS for 50 years, is CVS ready to sign a lease to keep that store open?
Mr. Walker.
Are you talking that they're ready to sign a lease at the Long Meadow shops for a
No,
larger
I'm
space?
talking about the one in Long Meadow Street.
On the Long Meadow Street.
It's
Well,
my favorite.
Yeah, well, all we can do is contact CVS, which we have done. So we have reached out to CVS. We talked to Christian Potter, who is the head of real estate for CVS in New England. And he indicated to us that they had no intentions of closing that CVS and that they thought that was a separate market than what the CVS is in the Long Meadow shops. And if you look at other towns the size of Long Meadow, you'll see they'll have multiple pharmacies. You'll see a Walgreens on one corner and a CVS on the other corner. So it's commonplace to see, two CVSs in the same town. Yeah. So all I can say is what CVS has told me is that their intentions are to keep that store open and that they look at that as a totally different market than the market is the Long Meadow shops.
They will sign an agreement with you on the Long Meadow shops tomorrow?
I will start negotiating a lease with them about the Long Meadow shops tomorrow.
Consider starting a lease for Long Meadow Street?
I have no control over that. They'd have to talk to the owners of that particular property.
All right.
Thank you. I tried.
Is this a question of these gentlemen? Ms. Evans?
I'm asking, in that 1.82 acres, what size footprint is this building going to be? Is it going to take up the majority of that space? I think the abutters would really like to know that.
The size of the building that's being proposed is 21,000 square feet. The site footprint of the 1.82 acres is approximately 77,000 square feet.
All right. Okay. Gentlemen, if you'll retire from the floor, please. You have one more question of these gentlemen? She doesn't. Yes, sir.
Robert Rinaldi, 77 Ridge Road. I did reach out to CVS, and they wouldn't really answer me. So I don't know what the answer is, but the unknown scares me. We need it on our end. Let's see what the future brings.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. Gentlemen, would you retire from the floor, please? Thank you.
Mr. Colton, just before this, may I have, she's been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Margaret Rockus from 67 Shadyside Drive. The number of school-age and preschool children on my street in the last 5 years has doubled. I think it's important to note that people are not visiting the shops just coming from the east. They are traveling radially. They're coming down Williams Street, they're coming down Bliss, they're coming from East Longmeadow. Our children are not just coming, heading eastward, they are coming westward from Shadyside, from Deep Woods, from Redfern, going to Blueberry. They're going to the high school radially. More than half of the town's middle school students go to Williams. If we're going to have another 130-some parking places, there is going to be more traffic. There's going to be significantly more traffic, not just at the shops, which I do appreciate the efforts to minimize and improve the flow there, but there's going to be more traffic on the way there. At 7:30, 7:45, 8:30 in the morning, maybe it's not such a big deal. But I can tell you, when those kids get out of school, it is a very busy street. Williams, Bliss, the cross streets. My high schooler has trouble crossing the street on her bicycle. People don't stop in the crosswalks, they're driving. My Blueberry student has to go down Lawrence to Redfern because her friend's mother and I are just worried about her crossing in front of the Longmeadow shops. We understand people are careful, but you know, there's a lot of traffic there. We don't want them taking those cuts. The traffic needs, I believe the traffic impact of this bigger shopping center needs to be fully considered. I appreciate the Longmeadow shops. I'm probably there 3 times a week picking up one thing or another from someplace. I would like to get more tax revenue for the city, for the town. But I think it's very, looking at this through a very narrow scope to say, well, we're going to improve the traffic flow in the parking lot and we're going to put in pedestrian walkways, which, with all due respect, I think should have been put in a long time ago. There are grade school kids who go to Starbucks or the ice cream shop after school. Okay, I don't understand why it wasn't made more pedestrian friendly 10 years ago. Be that as it may, there's going to be more traffic going there from all directions. And I do believe the planning board should, before we give this waiver, there should be an overall plan for how this is going to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colton.
Yes, my name is Bruce Colton. I'm chairman of the Longmeadow Planning Board. The Planning Board, after a public hearing, voted 4-0 to endorse this zone change. However, I think there's some confusion among the town meeting members as to zone changes and site and design review. Should the 2/3 of this meeting vote to change the, or to rezone this property from residential to business, the petitioner will come back in front of the planning board for site and design review. As part of that process, the shops, or not the shops, the town's planning board will require, I'm sure, an independent traffic study be done to investigate and deal with the issues that people or some people are raising here tonight. I would also note that when this proposal was originally brought in front of us, it had about roughly 100 fewer parking spaces in it than it does now. The board told the shops that we were troubled by that lack of parking spaces, and they came back a second time with a revised plan, which had about, I think, 37 more spaces. And we told them, well, that's much better, but not good enough. And they came back a third time with the revised plan, which actually now does meet the town's bylaws parking requirements. They're really too complicated to go into here. It's a multi-page bylaw, but there are requirements for how many spaces you need for a restaurant, for shops, and for offices, for different types of businesses. And the current Longmeadow shops with their current parking actually do not meet the town's required number of spaces. However, they were given variance by the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is what allows them to operate that way. The proposed plan does meet the full 100% number of spaces that are required by our bylaws, both for the existing shops and the proposed additions, which of course also require more spaces. But again, unless this property is rezoned, the shops can't come in front of us for site and design review because we wouldn't be able to approve it if the property wasn't zoned business in any event. Now, if you're totally dead set against this, then obviously vote no. It needs a 2/3 vote to pass here. If it doesn't get it, that obviously kills it. But again, if the property is rezoned here, that doesn't mean that this is necessarily a done deal. It's going to go into effect, bing, bing, bing. Then they come in front of us for site and design review. We may well, depending on what the board finds in the studies, and again, we would be using independent traffic studies, not traffic studies paid for by the Longmeadow shops. Or excuse me, they would actually be paid for by the Longmeadow shops, but they wouldn't be people who are hired by the Longmeadow shops. The town hires its own expert to do the study. Depending on what we find, we may well require changes from the plan that they have now.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 13. Mr. Gold?
Thank you.
And then you.
Paraphrase Yogi Berra, it feels like deja vu all over again. I was at a town meeting many years ago, and maybe some of you were also, where the issue of Longmeadow shops and parking came up, and this was at the West End. And you know, if we only made a zoning change to the residential buffer on the West End, all the problems with parking would be gone. And the town meeting made that zone change, and here we are, many years later, new owners in Longmeadow shops talking about if we'd only make a change to the eastern part of the buffer zone, all our problems would be gone. I think that what Mr. Colton said needs to be reiterated. We're not voting on a design here. We're not voting on tenants here. We're voting on a zone change. Those people everybody should know that, you know, the final design, clearly the final tenants, and that's one of the reasons I asked the question, are not up to town meeting and are not guaranteed by any matter. I have no doubt that Grove Properties has every intention to try to pursue what we see here and try to pursue these tenants, but tenants come and tenants go. Anybody who moved into town and said, isn't it nice, we have nice quiet little Friendlies in the middle of town, recognizes right now we don't have a nice quiet little Friendlies in the middle of town, we have something else. A couple other things that I think are worth noting is that we talked about, I heard a presentation talk about a curb cut that would be put in that would alleviate traffic by allowing people to come in and turn right. Well, people who can turn right into a curb cut can come from the west and turn left into a curb cut. And that's something we don't have now with having people trying to cut across William Street. But again, you know, that's all subject to final site and design and is not something that we're voting on here. A couple other comments that I heard Mr. Friedman talk about neighbors and dispute and noise and issues of commercial. The Longmeadow shops have not also been without some disputes and some issues that have interestingly enough, been resolved over the last 3 months. Issues that came up literally a couple of years ago are now starting to be resolved. And I think the neighbors who live behind the Long Meadow shops recognize that. I suspect that the people who spoke here from Redfern will also be concerned about that, and I think it's important to know that. I think that the final issue that I think is important to note is that the benefit of it's going to bring a lot more tax revenue to the town. You know, there are a lot of other opportunities the town could have for doing development in town, would bring a lot more commercial value and tax value to town. Sometimes we have to look beyond $70,000, and I'm not, I almost can't believe I'm saying that because I've been so hard pushing for income for the town. But sometimes $70,000 isn't enough to sway us to change the culture of the town. I heard somebody say that the Long Meadow shops were designed for the convenience of the people in Long Meadow and not necessarily to be a regional shopping center. And if in fact that's the way you want to keep it, I'd suggest you vote against this zoning change, which is the way I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Burrows, and I live at 24 Tabor Crossing, which is Glen Meadow. My wife and I had a flower shop in town for 30 years. 26 of those years were spent at the Long Meadow shops. Very, very wonderful 26 years of our lives, and we enjoyed every bit of it. The thing that I want to mention is, and I have some petition here that doesn't count because they can't vote. When I lived at Glen Meadow, another resident in town, Seymour Frankel, who owned a Beverly shop here in town, we got together a lot of the residents in town wanted to know, what is this all about? What is the Glen Meadow shop? What are the Long Meadow shops doing? So I called Steve Walker and I said, could you make a presentation to the people at Glen Meadow? He said, we'd love to. Well, it was a standing room only group of people who came, and that's kind of tough to do at Glen Meadow, to get that number of people in one place. And, excuse me, because they couldn't come here tonight because it was running late and we knew it was going to, they signed papers. Everyone to the man signed it. They realized that this vote cannot be counted, but they wanted to show their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Grant.
I'd like to emphasize a point that Mr. Gold made, which is that this is not a vote for what you see here. It's not. The vote is to change this from residential to commercial. After that, you have no more control over it. And once it's changed, Grove Properties is going to do what's in the best interest of Grove Properties. Now I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. I'm just trying to tell you they're a corporate interest. I used to represent big companies, and that's what they do. They pursue the interests of shareholders. They're not pursuing the interests of town residents. In fact, under the law of corporations and partnerships, somebody who's running a corporation or partnership could be sued if he didn't pursue with all the vehemence necessary to maximize shareholder value. So every promise you've heard or representation you've heard about CVS maybe, not leaving in Long Meadow Street, CVS is not even here, okay? So let's be clear. You're not getting any kind of representation. It could be sometime, we heard something about farmers market. They can change their minds tomorrow. That's within their rights. If they decide that it maximizes shareholder value not to have a farmer's market. Just like recently, they put up signs. People used to use the Long Meadow shops for a little extra parking when we'd have track practice or a lacrosse game. They put up signs that said, don't park here anymore. That was their right because that was a way to maximize shareholder value. So just keep in mind that they're going to continue to do that. It could be J. Crew or it could be Family Dollar. Don't count on anything. Okay, you might like Family Dollar. I actually like it. You might like J. Crew. I don't know. That's not the point, because you're not going to be making any of those decisions. The shareholders of Grove Properties are going to be making those decisions, and that may or may not benefit Longmeadow. So I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion under Article 13? Yes, ma'am.
Nicole Lipp, 195 Redfern Drive. I am speaking against this motion, and I'm going to speak on a purely, not purely emotional, but partially. I grew up in Longmeadow, and this has always been known as a quaint town. And there is no guarantee, and I'm surprised at, let me go back. I'm going to speak to my neighbor who mentioned the church being for sale. That concerns me as well. So once this changes, we're just one step closer to that changing. I live around the corner, and I don't like the changes that I've seen on my street in the past few years. It's become very commercial. There's a lot of people who aren't really from Longmeadow traveling up and down my neighborhood, a lot of break-ins, and it's just going to be worse as this happens. As far as this, I do agree with Mr. Gold. I miss all the quaint little shops in that mall that we had. The Rugged Bear, the Cock of the Walk, great shops. They've all gone now for national chains. And we don't have a say as to what goes in there. So when I hear tax revenue, you're talking a small tax revenue with the addition of this small, if you want to increase the size of the mall and extend it out, then you'd get more parking. Adding a CVS, it doesn't make any sense. So back to what I was saying. If you want to increase revenue, then I guess you could increase the mill rate and have them pay more for the national chain stores, because they're paying the same that I'm paying for my taxes. So I am for small businesses in Longmeadow. I don't want to see the mill rate go up for them. But if you want to see increased revenue, you can increase the mill rate on all of these businesses that are in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom Snellum, 63 Porter Lake Drive. I know a lot of people tonight will probably talk about traffic. Obviously, the Longmeadow Shops wants to increase traffic. I've been very concerned about the traffic in that triangular area. The speed limit in front of the Longmeadow Shops is 30 miles per hour. It's quite common to see people doing quite a bit more than that in front of there. The school zone, if you are coming west, it's 20 miles per hour. If you are going east, it's 20 miles an hour. If you come from Blueberry Hill, it's 25 miles per hour if children are present. If you are going north on Blueberry Hill, it's 20 miles per hour if children are present. I think the whole place is pretty confusing. And if we bring more traffic, it's only going to get worse. The signage is terrible. You know, as you go around the triangle, I'm very concerned about traffic. And you know, I saw when people come out of the Longmeadow Shops, they have a tendency to look left to see if they can beat the traffic coming from the left, not looking right to see if there is a child on a bicycle, a person walking, an elderly person driving the wrong way on Bliss Street. I really think the town has got to look at the traffic of that area and improve the traffic flow and the signage, and that this will only exacerbate that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is John Benoit. I live at 33 Severn Street, and I'm also a tenant at Longmeadow Shops. I've had an office there for almost 4 years now, and I've been a resident in town for 10 years. I grew up in Springfield. I've lived here all my life, and I worked for 17 years in Hamden, and the way to go was, you know, right through Longmeadow. And I want a couple comments. The traffic concerns that are being expressed, I share them. but they're off this site. And the way we're talking about that traffic, it's like it's somebody else beside us in this room. It costs money, it takes time, and it takes a lot of thought to make a real improvement in something like traffic. And the changes that are proposed, I'm a supporter of this. The changes that are proposed here, it's actually a shame they don't have the site plan up, because you don't see the benefit of having a planning board that has really had an impact on that plan. So if I may take a moment, we all drive in that place now, and if you take a right and go down any of the aisles, you'll hit a sidewalk. So the parking is, what, perpendicular to the street? It's all going to become parallel to the street. So that there's going to be aisles the full length of the building, except for where there's access points. That alone is going to slow down the traffic. That alone is going to produce a lot of parking spaces. This is an improvement that's driven by CVS. The concern, I mean, I have no inside information here, but just logically, what more intensive use could go here? It's like, what more intensive use could go here than a CVS? But the CVS is there. It's not like it's coming and it isn't there already. It is there. And we go there many times a week, sometimes many times a day. It's a good thing there are two in town. And if you go to them, you know that if you go to one, you'll find things you won't find at the other. So thank goodness they're both here. This is a zone change. It's a land use issue. The planning board already had an impact on this site plan, and the owners aren't even subject to that yet, because it's got to go through site plan review. Go to a planning board meeting at some point, or watch it on TV, and see what that board does. They really represent this town, all of this town. So to have a 4-0 recommendation, if you could see the site plan, I'd actually tell you it's the planning board site plan. It's the impact that they've had on it. And if you're concerned that CVS isn't going to sign a lease and go here, there are other pharmacies. And if I were Steve Walker, I'd call them the next day. And to have I'm sorry to take up all this time, but to have a drive-through, my last point, to have a drive-through is a huge alleviator of parking. Elderly, young moms with young kids, they're walking in a 23, 22-foot area now between cars and a sidewalk, sometimes in rain and snow. You can't deny that that's an improvement. But my last point, I guess I'd like to say is, as a resident of this town, if you're on the floor here, you're a resident of this town, we use this facility. I drive all over New England. This is a first-class center. Many towns, many places, some of the centers in this town are not first-class centers. This is. So all the concerns, it's become a lightning rod tonight, but a lot of it's, I would suggest, is unwarranted and beyond the scope of these people to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Santinello.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
And then Mr. Nolet.
I'm going to urge you to vote against this. I agree with Mr. Gold and Mr. Grant. When you talk about site and design review, there's also the other side of site and design review, which holds or limits what the planning board can actually do. So as long as the applicant follows the law, sometimes that actually puts handcuffs on the planning board, and the planning board tends to ask for things and they negotiate some things. But it also puts some handcuffs on them that if the law says X, Y, and Z can be built, once you pass this zone change, then X, Y, Z can be built. I find it very hard to believe that we want to bring in a major tenant of a drive-through CVS and we don't know what the traffic numbers are going to be, because we're not going to put a building in the shops that's actually going to reduce the flow of traffic. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good tenant. So I would tend to believe that we know what the trip generators are going to be and how much more traffic will be going into the CVS. If it's a decision of retail space, Grove Properties can do whatever they want to do with the property, right? They can move tenants. They can put a CVS at the other end of the shops where they have drive-through banks and so forth. So the issue that I have is we haven't been shown what the trip generators are going to be. My concern is the traffic. My concern is the congestion it's going to cause there. And once you vote for the site or vote for the zone change, you are limited what you as residents can do. And again, I think site and design review, I've been to planning board meetings. And the one that was kind of an eye-opener was Eastham Drive or Eastham Road, whatever it is, where the planning board really had to follow the law and allow for things to be developed the way the developer wanted them. And as long as they follow that law, then this planning board can't really stop it. And they do yeoman's work. Go to the meetings, you'll be educated about what they can and can't do, but I'm going to urge you to vote against it just for all the reasons that my fellow select board members have stated.
Thank you, Mr. Santinello. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Nolet.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. First of all, as a former member of the planning board and a lot of other boards, I guess, they have one sole purpose in life. Walter Gunn, Bruce Colton, Mr. Taylor, Attorney Holland, to preserve and protect this community. And don't you think otherwise, because they do, because I've been there and I can tell you that. As part of a 2004 long-range plan produced 10 years ago, the plan final goals were established around the fact that Longmeadow is happy being Longmeadow. As a town, we have a lot of values, and it's important that both the charm and character of our town, as well as our overall quality of life, be preserved and prioritized. I was asked to serve on that board in 2014, along with Arlene Miller and others, which I'd like to highlight to you, because this board had an unbelievable number of skill sets. First of all, the chairperson was Cynthia Summer, who spoke earlier today, Dave Appleman, Saul Feinstone, Paula Gallup, Tom Horella, William Hoff, Rick Marchese, Carol Otterleary, John Papali, Dr. Papali, Mark Schneider, and Paula Trudeau. They all served on the Long Range Planning Committee. The final report, which I have in my hand, lists 85 action steps, one of which encourages the development of existing non-residential areas to their highest potential and best use. Part of what makes Longmeadow, Longmeadow is the Longmeadow Shops. The ownership group has done an outstanding job of keeping the shops well maintained and in line with the character of our community, while providing a strong mix of tenants to serve our needs. Although it requires a zoning change, and my friend Ron attested to that, Press Blake would attest to that, I urge you to vote for their sensible development plan, which clearly dovetails with the long-range Longmeadow plan. It brings quality of life improvements to residents and new tax revenues to the town. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Nolet. Mr. Gunn, please.
I just want to clear the air here that some of the members of the select board made some, I think, derogatory comments toward what the planning board can do and not do. Grove Partners came to us a long time ago, and we've really tortured this thing to the point where it is now. Other towns, other communities, people like Grove will just go to a town meeting, get a zone change, and it's done. And it's true. They've just, it's like divorce, it's forever. You have a a property that was once residential, it's now business. It's business, and it is their decision to do whatever they want to do with it. But I want to clarify one thing here that I think Mr. Santinella brought up. And he mentioned the Easton Road situation, and that was a subdivision problem, and that is a whole different can of worms than what we're facing with site and design review with this property. If tonight, if the town votes to make this zone change, I can assure you we're going to put them through torture, as we did with the former community market. If you recall on Long Meadow Street, the first people to walk into that project was Walgreens. And I remember that planning board meeting when Walgreens came in and every guy had a Texas drawl, and they flew in from Houston or Dallas or wherever they are and started to dictate how they were going to build a Walgreens, that wonderful square box with the wonderful square windows and the monochrome color and the big red letters. And all we said was, okay, good. You want to be here? You're going to increase traffic. Why don't you now fix the whole problem that starts with the Indian and Forest Park through Converse Street, going on to Forest Glen and Long Meadow Street. And you know what? And about 2 weeks later, they were gone. And we pushed them over to East Long Meadow, and that's where they reside today. The point being, this project is what they've proposed, and one thing we've built is a level of confidence with Steve Walker. It's impeccable. We're not talking about some big box situation. We're not talking big corporations. I will remind you, some of the shops, if not half of them, are maybe they're franchises or whatever, but they're owned by local small people. Even Max is out of Hartford. Okay, and these people are all here. Yes, they want to make money, but they also need you as customers, and they want to do their best to assure a safe and enjoyable destination to go to. So what you might see tonight is right there. But I'll guarantee you, in 5 months, 6 months with the planning review process, who knows? The traffic study will come back in, and we might be down to 2 buildings or 1 building, and that we have authority over. So it's not a done deal, and yes, I am extremely concerned about the traffic situation, and I think that CVS, if they are indeed going to be the anchor tenant, will probably be told to open up their pockets and pay for traffic improvements up and down Williams Street, and other issues that anybody can comment at a public hearing regarding maybe paying for crossing guards. Right now, we don't have enough money in the town for crossing guards. They should pay for that. And these are the kinds of things we can do. And if you don't believe me, East Long Meadow, back to my Walgreens. Okay, Walgreens was so eager to be here. They go to East Long Meadow. What did the town of East Long Meadow Planning Board do? They made Walgreens fix all the traffic signals on North Main Street in East Long Meadow. Okay, so this is the kind of power we have. You elect us. We are an elected board. There's 5 of us. And I hope you guys have the confidence in us. And I really am going to recommend that we vote to make the zone change tonight. Thank you.
All right. Our last speaker, Mr. Foster.
I wanted to make one point clear. This issue is like a bypass issue. This did not go into deliberations on the select board floor. We didn't labor over this. This was a pass-through. This went to the experts. I think there's a good reason with the experts, because we're not zoning people, we're not planning people. We're the executive branch of the government. Mr. Santinella and some have got up and stated their opposition to this. I'm one that states that I'm in favor of this. I think we need growth in our community. I've seen the plans. I've talked to them. Just like this gentleman just stated, there's a lot more that you folks haven't seen. It is unfortunate we don't have everything in there for you to see it, but they put a dedicated effort into traffic management. They spent an inordinate amount of time listening and modifying their plan for traffic. So I just wanted to let you know, not everybody on this front board is opposed to this. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the debate is just about over. We're going to have a hand count on the motion under Article 13. So would the counters please get in position? All right. All those in favor of the motion as read under Article 13 and as printed in your warrant, would you please raise your green cards and keep them raised until you are counted?
right? All right.
42.
Ms. Hopfe, 42. Mr. Santos.
22.
22. Mr. Lonergan.
56.
56. Mr. McGurk.
66.
66. Mr. Shuttleworth.
41.
41. Mr. Hallahan.
53.
53. All those opposed to the motion as read, would you please raise your green cards and keep them raised until you're counted? All right. Ms. Hopfe.
5.
5. Mr. Santos.
40.
40. Mr. Lonergan.
22.
22. Mr. Hallahan.
20.
20. Mr. McGurk.
31.
31. Mr. Shuttleworth.
24.
24. Ladies and gentlemen, by a vote of 280 in favor, 142, the motion fails by one vote. Well, hold on. Well, people have left.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Ms.
Mary
Rogeness.
Rogeness, 22 Warren Terrace. I ask for, I doubt the vote and ask for a division of the House.
A division of the House.
Well, let's vote again.
Well, we've
Well,
just...
the
there-
formal parliamentary thing would be, I ask for a division of the House. That's why I worded it that way.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure whether, that's what council and I were just talking about. There is a bylaw whereby if 7 members of the town meeting were to ask for a recount, but that's on a voice vote. We had a hand count.
Yes.
And the hand count, so it doesn't apply. I can't ask
Yes,
for a
but
recount. So,
I don't know what rules you're using.
well, we have a
for-
bylaw, and we have
Well,
the...
but parliamentary
Mhm.
rules allow for, if a vote is questioned, that it be redone.
Well, I guess that depends on what side of the question you're on, right?
No, this isn't reconsideration. The vote was extremely close. I'm just suggesting that it be recounted. It just happened.
Well, this is what we've determined. If there was a motion to reconsider the article, or if there was a motion to reconsider excuse me, I want to make sure that it's the vote and not the article. All right. The town meeting time indicates that you could ask for reconsideration. Our bylaw requires a 2/3 vote. So if there is a motion on the floor as a main motion to reconsider, and it's in writing, and it's seconded, we would have a reconsideration of the vote. Motion to right. The motion to reconsider itself would have to pass by a 2/3 vote. So if I have a motion in writing asking for reconsideration of the vote, and town meeting, I get a second, and town meeting votes after debate going back and forth, because I will allow for debate on the issue, and if town meeting approves of a reconsideration by a 2/3 vote, then we're back to where we were before we took the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have one further question. Does the motion to reconsider require that anyone vote on a particular side of the motion? That we
No.
just vote? Thank you.
No, I will not require
I will
that.
put a motion in writing. Someone has done it for me.
Now,
Moderator.
I would, before we do this, I would instruct our police officers that when the vote, as the vote is being counted, nobody is able to come into the to the gymnasium. So after the vote, after we decide, after we start the vote, nobody can come into the gymnasium. They can leave the gymnasium, but they cannot come in. Okay? All right.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the vote be reconsidered. I move for reconsideration of the vote.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Second.
May I have that motion? I move for reconsideration of the vote. The motion is, I move for reconsideration, I'm assuming the previous vote. All right, do I hear a second? All right. The motion is moved and seconded. I'll take further debate. Any debate on the issue of reconsideration? No. You're getting another bite at the apple that they have a right to the... No. You speak if you want to.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the question of, I want you to pause for a moment to consider what would happen if we were to pass something as significant on this in such a controversial way.
Yeah.
Because this can come back and it could pass in a way that appears more legitimate. So I would ask that even those who are in favor of this change to the zoning bylaws consider whether you want to really do it that way.
All right. Yes.
Victoria Metz, 29 Revere Road. This is slippery and ridiculous politics. Town meeting has spoken. People have left. People who have jobs to get to tomorrow morning, people with babysitters at home, older people who can't stay up this late have gone home. This is absolutely embarrassing. Please vote against this.
All right. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Jamie Cass, 85 Roseland Terrace. I've been living here quite a while. It seems that every time our community has an opportunity to improve and get money financially, even though you think that $70,000 or $80,000 isn't much, we always vote it down. Have you seen how many for sale signs in this city that are up? People cannot pay any more taxes. So if you want something, okay, a drive-in CVS. What is...
All right. We're talking about reconsideration.
Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to say, all it takes is one person that was counted wrong or that accidentally raised their sign, or no, because it was 280 to 142. It would have been 279 to 143. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that over the... It was 282. No, it was 282 to 240. Okay, it took two people. It's very easy for two people to be miscounted in this room. Whether you supported this or whether you were against it, if you look at the federal government, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 congressional races that the actual elections have changed on a recount that was a much higher percentage than in here. Even if you didn't support this motion, a person a couple of minutes ago said, do we really want something to pass like this, go home? Do we really want something to not to pass that should have passed because there was a miscount or somebody forgot to raise their sign?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Adam Goodman, 63 Briarcliff Road. The only reason I am for this recount is I believe in the front section there were 64 votes counted. I don't believe there's 64 people in this section. I believe this front left section here was counted incorrectly for the no votes. That's the reason I feel we should have a recount.
Okay.
Friedman?
Kurt Friedman, 24, and I know I've spoken a number of times tonight, but I feel that of any other person in this town, I'm probably best to speak on this issue. 1997, I ran for Water Commission. My opponent is also in the room.
Okay.
I lost by a single vote. I did ask for a recount, but I did not ask for a revote. I think it's reasonable to ask for a recount, and you have the data there. But losing by one vote, it was the closest local election in the history of the Commonwealth.
All right.
I had to live by and support that decision. That was the vote of the people. And I think that as hard as it is, we need to live by that decision of the people. Many people have left this room. We don't know whether they were for or against. To take a revote would only lend to a skewed result, and that's not fair. So I ask that we not pursue this, and we live by the decision that was made tonight. Everyone had very fair opportunity to speak their mind. Many people spoke out on this for and against. We need to live by the rules of this democracy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Fran Grosnick. I live at 80 Ridge Road in Long Meadow. And what is annoying me more than anything else is the people standing up here who are trying to sway the people who are sitting in the audience. You do not have that right to do that. You are supposed to be a neutral person, and you are coming up here trying to sway the votes of the people in the audience, and that is wrong. And the other thing that I need to say is the traffic at the shops is disgusting. It is horrible. It is an accident happening. And the only good thing that can happen is if the traffic pattern is changed. I live down the street from the shops, and it is awful. So that needs to be changed, and it will only be changed if it is rezoned and the traffic pattern is re-altered. Yes, it is awful, but it will only change if we are allowed to do something. And the narrow-mindedness of this town is disgusting.
All right. All right, we're going to move directly to a vote on the motion to reconsider. As you know, the motion requires a 2/3 vote. So again, I will ask our counters to get in position. Who's counting this side? You've got, who's counting the bleachers on this side? Oh, Phil, okay. Oh, no, that's Bill McGurk, okay. All right. All those, now, while the voting is in progress, they can leave, but nobody comes in, and the vote is now in progress. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you signify so by raising your... This is the motion for reconsideration. That's the motion, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider, would you raise your hands and keep them raised until you are counted? All right. Ms. Hopfe.
37.
37. Mr. Santos.
16.
16. Mr. Lonergan.
48.
48. Mr. Shuttleworth.
32.
32, Mr. Hallahan.
43.
43, Mr. McGurk.
64.
64. All those opposed to the motion to reconsider, would you raise your hands, your green cards, and keep them raised until you are counted? Ms. Hopfy.
11.
11, Mr. Santos.
19.
19, Mr. Lonergan.
24.
24, Mr. Hallahan.
26.
26, Mr. Shuttleworth.
28.
28, Mr. McGurk.
36.
36. Ladies and gentlemen, by a vote of 240 to 144, the motion fails. So the motion.
That's it.
Consideration. So we'll now move along to consideration of the motion under Article 14, Ms. Angelides.
I move that the town vote to the following provision to Article 4, Section B, uses in residential zones in the zoning bylaw of the town. I request to dispense the reading of the article as it is printed in the warrant.
Do I hear any objection to dispensing with the reading? Seeing none, do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 14.
The building department receives frequent complaints about residents parking in the front lawns. Unless the vehicles are parked on the tree belt, there's currently no enforcement mechanism.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 14. Ms. Angelides? You all? Okay.
Yeah.
You're all done? Okay, Mr. Colton.
Yes, I'm Bruce Colton, Chairman of the Planning Board. The Planning Board has voted 4-0 in favor of this proposed amendment to the bylaws. Over the past few years, the Planning Board members, as well as other elected officials in town, have gotten complaints about people parking their cars on their front lawns. This is a bylaw which is intended to address that. It basically says that people cannot park their cars on the front lawns between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. You may also, as many of you may be aware, that the town also bans parking in the street, overnight parking on the street, which is also defined as between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. And as some of you may be aware, that the police department has begun enforcing that recently, and would be able to enforce this in a similar manner. I should note that the as printed, there was one small change in the proposed amendment to the bylaws as printed on the warrant article. which is, it was addressed in a handout you should have been given as you came in, which is to add the words "or gravel" after the words paved. It basically says accessory uses, in other words in the residential zone, shall not include the parking of any vehicle during the period of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. other than on a paved or gravel area.
Right.
And such paved or gravel area shall not exceed 20% of the area bounded by the side lot lines, the front of the residential structure, and the street line. That was essentially to prevent people from paving their entire front lawn to.
If I could briefly interrupt Mr. Colton, that is not the motion that was moved. The motion that was moved and seconded did not include that language. So, is there any objection to adding, as part of the main motion, the words paved area after area or gravel? Is that where it is?
Yes. Yes, the two times where the word paved appears, the words "or gravel" should.
Would you read it again?
Certainly. Accessory uses shall not include the parking of any vehicle during the period of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. other than on a paved or gravel area, and such paved or gravel area shall not exceed 20% of the area bounded by the side lot lines, the front of the residential structure, and the street line.
All right. Well, technically, that requires a all right. I need a motion to amend or gravel.
I move to amend Article 14 of the town warrant by adding twice the words "or gravel" after the word "paved."
All right, do we hear a second? Second. Do you have that in writing, Ms. Angelides?
Yes, and it's recommended by the planning board.
Okay. So the amendment is to amend Article 14 of the town warrant by adding twice the words "or gravel" after the word "paved." Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment as read, would you please raise your green cards? It's late. All those opposed? The amendment passes majority affirmative vote. Okay, so now we're back on the main motion as amended. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Packard, 140 Mass Avenue. I am basically in favor of this, but I think that there is a problem with the wording as it was spoken about. It is to prevent cars from parking on the front lawn. However, the bylaw does not specify that it is the front lawn anywhere in the bylaw except in the measurement of the paved area. Therefore, the bylaw as written, as I read it, would also prevent parking on a non-paved area behind the house as well as on the front lawn. And if the intent is to just do the front lawn, it should state the front lawn. I think it is miswritten.
All right, sir. Further discussion on the motion, the main motion as amended? Yes, it has. Majority affirmative. Yes, sir. Mr. Wojcik, excuse me.
Roger Wojcik, 57 Parkside. Parkside Street is a short street, a narrow street, a one-way street. My driveway has limited capacity. I don't understand from what is written here whether or not I'm even allowed to park on the street or the tree belt or my lawn on the assumption my driveway is full. Can you help me out?
Mr. Colton, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of the gentleman's questions. Currently, it would be illegal to park on the tree belt, whether this passes or not. In regard to the previous speaker's question, I believe that the way this is phrased, it does say that this is to prevent parking on the front lawn, because the lawn because basically it speaks of the area bounded by the side lot lines, the front of the residential structure, and the street line, which would be the front lawn.
That's only to be used in the determination of the ratio of paved.
Wait, don't. Yes, sir.
Well,
Do you understand my concern? That definition of the front lawn is there only to make the determination of the 20% of the pavement, the calculation. It does not say that you can't park in the front yard. It says you must park on a paved surface, and that paved surface must be less than 20% of the front lawn. My driveway goes behind my house. Most of my driveway is behind my house. If I park on the paved surface, but I take the entire area of my driveway is definitely greater than 20% of my front yard. So even if I park on the paved area of my driveway, I would be breaking the bylaw because it's too much pavement.
Well, again, the intention was that I think we all understand what the intention was.
I agree with the intention. I just think it is misworded.
All right.
Okay.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 14. Yes, sir.
Albert Breeding, 57 Shady Knoll Drive. I think we need to be very cautious here about this. Maybe I'm going to be in the minority here, but we're talking about people's private property. And I think that this proposal has the potential of inconveniencing and making a number of people's lives quite difficult. There are a number of circumstances where I can see that people may indeed have to park overnight on their yard. And I'll give you just a couple of examples. Perhaps you have kids away at school or college, or visiting relatives. They may need to park their car somewhere, and many driveways in this town do not have the capacity for 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. That's a very real possibility, and I think that needs to be considered here. Another possibility, perhaps you've had a party and a couple of people have had a couple of cocktails. Do you want those people going home perhaps driving under the influence, or maybe they should spend the night? Again, we have a situation here where unintended consequences happen based on a proposed law such as this. And finally, as regards to the size of the paving area, I took a little drive around town this afternoon, and I found quite a few houses, nice houses by the way, whose driveways were far in excess of 20% of their front yards. So I think that as this thing is written, and for the reasons that I've stated, I think that I encourage everyone to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion under Article 14, Mr. Gunn.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you on this one. I wasn't crazy about this one. We were brought this forward from the town, from the building commissioner. Apparently, it's sort of a reaction to some troublesome locations in Long Meadow. So really what this zoning bylaw really is, it's sort of like spot zoning. It was designed to sort of barricade in a few troublemakers in Long Meadow. So I'm going to agree with what we're hearing here tonight, and I'm actually going to suggest that we lay this on the table. So can I, what's the procedure for this?
There's a motion to lay on the table. Do I hear a second? Oh, well.
I didn't debate. I was.
All right, I'm going to suspend my own rule. It is debate,
Yeah.
but I'll allow it this time, but Mr. Starr and I still have the disagreement. I'll entertain a motion to lay on the table. Do I hear a second? Motion is moved and seconded. No, there's no debate. For all those this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of laying Article 14 on the table, would you signify so by raising your green cards? Wow. All those opposed? The motion to lay on the table passes. The motion is laid on the table. Moving along to consideration of the motion. Moving along to consideration of the... Yes.
All set, Mike?
Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 15, Mr. Gold.
Mr. Moderator, people when they walked in the door were handed a revision to the definition that's in Article 15 that's proposed by the Planning Board, and that's the motion that I'm going to make. So I move the town vote to add the following definition to Article 2 definitions of the zoning bylaws of the town. Family, an individual residing in one dwelling unit or a group of persons related by marriage, civil union, blood, adoption, guardianship, or other duly authorized custodial relationship, residing together in one dwelling unit, or a group of unrelated individuals not to exceed 4, residing cooperatively in one dwelling unit, or a group of individuals, regardless of relation, residing in congregate or similar group housing for the elderly or disabled in halfway houses or in other group residential uses authorized and operated under state or federal law.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 15. Mr. Gold.
The purpose of this proposed amendment or proposed warrant article is to add a definition of family into our bylaws, zoning bylaws, which we do not now have.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 15. Mr. Colton.
Yes, Your Honor. Bruce Colton, Chairman of the Planning Board. This definition of family was endorsed by the Planning Board by a vote of 4-0. Again, this definition was, we were approached by the town manager and town council, noting that Long Meadow is apparently one of the few communities in the state that doesn't have a definition of family in its bylaws. And we felt that this was a fairly inclusive definition which covers basically anything that would come up. The fear, I believe, is at least in part connected with casinos or someone buying a house and putting 10 unrelated people in it, sleeping in shifts, that type of thing. But again, we are not the sponsors of this bylaw, but we do endorse it.
Thank you, Mr. Colton. Further discussion on the motion under Article 15. Yes, sir.
Jeff Klotz, 47 Converse Street. In accordance with the two precedents that have already occurred, I move that we table Article 15, 16, 17.
Well, no, hold on,
and move
hold
to
on,
vote
hold
on
on.
Article 18.
Hold on. I'll accept a motion to table Article 15. If it's in writing, you have it in writing?
I shall.
And do I hear a second? All right. That's it.
This motion was within the scope
Yes.
of the article.
Yes. Can we get that motion up here pretty quick? It's not that difficult to write.
But we have to deal with this one first.
I am, while we're getting this motion, advised that at 11 o'clock the lights might go out. Yeah. They won't? Yeah?
We have till 1, but there's still a concern.
Where's the motion? Oh. All right. There's a motion to place on the table Article 15. Do I hear a second? The motion has been moved and seconded. It's not debatable. We'll move directly to a vote. All those in favor of laying on the table Article 15, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes by declaration, by a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator?
Just a minute, Mr. Starr. Passes. Declaration. Okay. Mr. Starr, we'll now move along to consideration of the motion under Article 16.
Actually, Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to consider warrant Article 18 prior to items 16 and 17.
No, I will not accept that motion. We're moving to Article 16.
Well, that's not an order motion?
No, I won't accept it. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 16. Mr. Grant.
I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw of the town as indicated in the warrant article, and I would ask to be allowed to dispense with the reading of Article 16 as it is printed in the warrant.
Do I hear any objection to dispensing with the reading of the motion under Article 16? Seeing none, do I hear a second? The motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 16. Mr. Colton.
Yes, Your Honor. Bruce Colton, Chairman of the Long Meadow Planning Board. This is an amendment to the bylaws that was sought by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The planning board, after a public hearing on it, voted to endorse it 3-1. I don't know if there is anyone still here from the ZBA who wishes to address it. Would you like to keep talking? Okay, that was Mr. Lavenberg of the ZBA. I believe the ZBA, if he were here to speak, he would be saying that essentially this brings the town's bylaws in conformance with state law and in fact reflects the manner in which the ZBA is currently handling these matters, though not how our current bylaws call for them to be done. As I said, the planning board endorses this amendment by a vote of 3-1.
Thank you, Mr. Colton. Mr. Crane, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I did, in case someone does offer another motion to lay on the table, I did want to make a comment. Mr. Colton alluded to it earlier. These, the articles that we're looking at here, 14, 15, 16, and 17, were articles that were generated by a task force of representatives of the ZBA, the planning board, town council, myself, and our building commissioner. And we really wanted to begin to address some of the deficiencies in our bylaws that come up frequently when we receive complaints from residents of the community. And there are concerns certainly about rental properties and parking and things like that. We hear about these things quite often. I understand it's getting late in the evening and people want to maybe get home. I'm hopeful that if these are all laying on the table, perhaps we could bring them back at the annual town meeting, because these are really important changes to our bylaws that are needed to better protect the community and have better enforcement mechanisms for some of our recurring problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Yes, sir.
Jerome Noonan, 117 Duxbury Lane. I'm opposed to the language of this article. I understand the intent of it. Attorney Martell might remember I was involved in a lawsuit against the ZBA about 10 years ago because they were using the current article in a way that they felt was proper, and they weren't enforcing the letter of the law. They were trying to work around it. At the time, I had a neighbor who was proposing adding on it to their pre-existing nonconformity. And in that case, the houses were just across the driveway from each other, 12 feet apart, and extending the line along the non-conforming side setback, and it would have virtually walled in my property, 2 stories high, right next to my driveway. Thankfully, Housing Court Judge Dina Fine saw it otherwise and rejected the town decision. And I think I get their intent, but I think if you think the board needs some latitude, you should amend this bylaw a little bit by including the wording that also ensures the rights of abutters are not sacrificed. Merely saying substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood is actually quite vague and leads to some poor decisions. In my case, the ZBA thought, when I objected to that originally, they said, oh, it wasn't detrimental to the neighborhood, just to me. Well, it didn't do much for my property values, and cost me a lot of money to fight the town about it. And I would like it if they had more specific language. I would suggest adding, or to any abutting neighbors, so that the bylaw would read, the proposed extension, alteration, or change may increase any nonconformity as long as the proposed extension, alteration, or change would not be more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood or to any abutting neighbors than the existing use or structure.
Is that an amendment to the motion?
I would like to make an amendment to that. I have that here in writing.
Bring it forward. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an amendment on the floor. If you look at Article 16, paragraph A, subparagraph 2, it reads now, if the proposed extension, alteration, or change complies with Section 1, the ZBA must determine whether or not the proposed extension, alteration, or change would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, and here's the amendment, or to any abutting neighbors than the existing use or structure. So that's the amendment.
Is it to this?
This one right here.
No, because this is what it is now. The proposal is this.
He's adding this, or to any abutting right here.
No, but this is what, the way it is now.
Right.
The proposal is to substitute this with this. So if he's going to make an amendment, it's got to be to this.
Oh.
See what I mean?
Oh, I see, yeah.
He would just put his language in here, I think.
No. Where's the proponent? It's a correction, ladies and gentlemen. In Article 16, at the very bottom of your warrant, it says, and substituting therefore the following, and then it goes to A on the next page, 1. And it says, the proposed extension, alteration, or change may increase any nonconformity as long as the proposed extension, alteration, or change would not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood or to any abutting neighbors than the existing use or structure. That is the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. Do I hear a second? The amendment is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, David Lavenberg, Chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals, 58 Maple Road. The language as drafted was not created out of cloth. It's taken directly out of the statute. The purpose of and I know, Mr. Moderator, we're talking about the amendment.
Yes.
The purpose of the article was not only to adopt the current practices of the board, but also to reflect current Massachusetts law. So the language that's in here is language that was taken directly out of the statute. The statute ultimately is what the board is going to follow, not the bylaw, if the bylaw is inconsistent with the statute. On a substantive note, I think that the amendment, if the purpose of the amendment is to ensure that the interests of the neighbors are protected, then I would suggest that, again, substantively, putting aside the fact that the language in the article is as set forth in the statute, the language as it appears currently does protect the neighbors. That's exactly what the neighborhood means in the provision. Practically, when we conduct these hearings, the neighborhood is represented by neighbors who come forward, often abutters who have issues and concerns, and their views are always taken into consideration, and their interests are always protected by the board in so much as we weigh those in making these considerations. So I would recommend that the town does not adopt the amendment because it is inconsistent with Massachusetts law, which is what the purpose of this bylaw amendment is designed to do. It's designed to make our bylaw consistent with current state law, not inconsistent. The amendment just simply adds to the inconsistency. Thank you.
Could I have your name again, sir?
David Lavenberg.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir. Okay, further discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Moderator, on the amendment, John Quinlan, 185 Viscount Road. I'm also speaking against the amendment, the inclusion of the words "and abutters." There will always be a more substantially direct impact to a specific or a couple of specific abutters. I agree with this previous speaker. That is exactly what the phrase "the neighborhood," I believe, is meant to imply to the Zoning Board of Appeals. There will always be someone who will be unhappy with a neighbor doing an improvement, making noise, parking a car on a front lawn, whatever it may be. I don't think the language of imposing a tremendous degree of power to the abutters is the right language for the change. Please vote against the amendment. Thank you.
All right, sir. Are we ready to vote on this amendment? All right, now, an amendment, ladies and gentlemen, requires a majority vote. The main motion is a 2/3 vote. So right now we're voting on the amendment that requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed to the amendment? The amendment fails, majority negative vote. Now we are back on the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion. Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes. I declare by declaration a 2/3 vote. Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 17, Mr. Grant.
I move that the town vote to add the following provision to Article 5 of the general bylaws of the town. And Mr. Moderator, I ask that I be allowed to dispense with the reading of the article as it is printed in the warrant.
Do I hear any objection to dispensing with the reading of the description? Seeing none, do I hear a second? Second. Motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion, Mr. Grant.
Generally, rental properties that are not owner-occupied can be problematic in several ways, including parking issues, property maintenance, and complaints from tenants about landlords. If rental properties are registered, it will help the town departments address these kinds of issues. This bylaw is based on the vacant and foreclosed property registration bylaw that was recently adopted by town meeting.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 17. Yes, sir.
My name is Steve Wallman. I live on Pinewood Drive. This warrant article has a flaw. And the flaw is that it does not take into consideration the 2 condominiums that exist in Long Meadow. From time to time, these condominiums will have vacancies, and as for Glen Meadow, they also allow to have tenants. With a condominium, the owner of the condominium only owns from the walls in, not anything else. So if, for example, the lawn was growing 1.5 feet high in front and on the side of the building, and somebody complained, and you called the owner would say, I don't own that lawn. The condominium association owns that lawn. It's common area. So since the The warrant article as written does not address the issue. I have given you two amendments that I can read one at a time. I suppose we'll vote on them one at a time. And once the amendments are read, everybody here will understand what I am getting at. And the first amendment is regarding section 5-1003 registration. This requirement shall not apply to condominium unit owners whose unit is either unoccupied or who have a tenant residing in their unit. The second amendment would be...
Well,
okay, we can discuss that.
Let's discuss the First Amendment.
Okay, that first
Do I hear a second to the amendment? Is there a second to the amendment? Thank you. All right,
Well-
we have amendment on the floor. Proceed.
Well, as I explained, the unit owner is not responsible for any of these things. So to have the unit owner register serves no purpose, since they're not the person that's going to be contacted if there is any problem. It's going to be the condominium association that's going to be contacted because they are the ones who own the property, not the unit owner. The unit owner only owns the unit from the walls in. So it serves no purpose, and which is why I bring this amendment.
Okay. So is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Crane.
The intent is to really address rental of single-family homes. Condos generally are regulated by their own association, so we have no objection to the amendment.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Even though this requires a 2/3 vote, ladies and gentlemen, the amendment requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment as read, would you please raise your green cards? All those opposed? The amendment passes, majority affirmative vote. Okay. Now we move along to the Second Amendment.
The Second
Mr.
Amendment,
Woolman.
Section 5-1004, maintenance requirements. And I add a section 3, with respect to condominium units, all maintenance requirements for which the homeowners association or condominium owners association is responsible when the unit is occupied by the owner shall remain the responsibility of the homeowners association or condominium association when the unit is occupied by a tenant or when the unit is unoccupied.
Do I hear a second? The amendment is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the Second Amendment.
Well, basically, this follows from the first, since the unit owner is not responsible for anything beyond the inside walls. The organization that would be called to handle any of these issues would be the condominium association. So again, not amending it creates a great deal of confusion.
All right, sir. Mr. Crane?
Again, we have no objection to the amendment.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
Mark Pullman, 165 Converse Street, unit number 9. I live in the Converse Place condominiums, and we are responsible for the property that's within the fence in front of our each individual unit. So I think if that unit is unoccupied for any reason, it's still the responsibility of the owner of that unit to take care of that property right outside their property.
All right, sir. Thank you. Mr. Law?
Jim Law, Wildwood Glen, Long Meadow. I'd ask town council to look at that amendment because I think it's illegal. You're passing the responsibility to another group. I don't think it's legal.
Mr. Moderator, if I may speak.
Yes, sir.
With respect to Glen Meadow, the land beyond the inside of the unit does not belong to the owner of the unit. So
all right.
it is owned by the condominium association as a common area. And with respect to the Converse Street condominium, if you read it, it says where the homeowners association is responsible when the unit is occupied by the owner shall remain the responsibility of the homeowners association when the unit is occupied by a tenant or when the unit is unoccupied. If the unit owner is responsible for that property outside, this does not change it. It only says that if you're not responsible for it, then, and the condominium association is responsible for it, it remains the responsibility of the condominium association.
All right, sir. Further discussion on the amendment, the second amendment? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Seeing none, we move directly to a vote. This is an amendment, ladies and gentlemen, requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment as read, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The amendment passes, majority affirmative vote. Majority affirmative vote. Okay. Now we're on the main motion, ladies and gentlemen, under Article 17. Further discussion on the motion under Article 17, Mr. Crane.
Very briefly, as mentioned, when town meeting adopted the bylaw for vacant and abandoned properties last year, it required the banks or entities that own those vacant and foreclosed properties to register with the town, give us local contact information for people who can perform maintenance on it. And it's actually been very successful in dramatically reducing the amount of time it takes our building commissioner to track down people and deal with problem properties. Similarly, the registration form was pretty simple to fill out, but it would make sure that we know who to get in touch with when there's an issue with tenants or if it's vacant. And I gotta be honest with you, it comes up more frequently than you probably perceive it does in Long Meadow, but there are quite a number of rental properties, and this is something that would really help, like I said, do greater enforcement and protect the property values of the people who are in owner-occupied homes. Thank you.
I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. The main motion is only a majority vote, not a 2/3. So is there further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, we'll move directly to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read under Article 17, would you please signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, 2/3 vote by declaration, majority affirmative vote by declaration. No, by majority vote. Majority vote, majority affirmative vote. Okay. Do you have the motion? 17? Where's the main motion? Moving along to consideration of the motion under Article 18, Ms. Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to appropriate $750,000 to purchase and equip a Quint aerial fire apparatus for the fire department, funded as follows: $325,000 from savings for purchasing a fire truck, account number 01009-163/587001, and $425,000 from available funds in the Treasury, $90,000 to be restored in the Treasury over 5 years from pledged donations from Bay Path University, Jewish Geriatric Services, and Glen Meadow Retirement Community.
Do I hear a second? The motion is moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion under Article 18.
Assuming all the articles...
Ms. Angelides.
Thank you. Assuming all the articles appearing on the warrant pass, it will leave $500,000 of available funds in the Treasury. which is free cash. In addition, a balance of $2.86 million will exist in the operational stabilization account. Passing this article will leave a balance of $75,000 in the treasury, or free cash, and the town will still have the $2.86 million in the operation stabilization should money be needed in the spring for unexpected expenses. Passing this article will not leave the town in a financially vulnerable position. I would like to ask the fire chief to come up and make a statement.
Mr. Madison, Chief Madison, excuse me. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. Before I get started, I just want to thank everybody for hanging in there and sticking in there for this article. Thank you very much. Our Engine 3 is nearly 26 years old and needs to be replaced. Its dependability and reliability is waning, and it has served our community well, but it's now time to replace it. This is a fact that is not being disputed. I think we all agree on this. I've recommended replacing the engine with a Quint aerial apparatus that costs about $250,000 more than the standard fire engine. There are $90,000 in pledge contributions from Bay Path University, Jewish Geriatric Services, and Glen Meadow Retirement Community. This means that the additional cost to the town is $160,000. The real question before you tonight, folks, is the $160,000 worth it? I think it is, and here's why. The Long Meadow Fire Department has no ladder truck. Meanwhile, we are charged with protecting over 5,000 single-family homes, nearly 16,000 residents, and over 2 million square feet of multiple-family residential properties. We protect 5 elderly housing complexes, 1 college with 3 dormitory buildings, 10 schools, 5 churches, and 4 commercial shopping centers. Predictably, a simple risk assessment process has substantiated the vulnerability of our children, elderly, and our firefighters by continuing to operate without a ladder truck. Although geographically our town is small, our population density is large with approximately 1,670 residents per square mile. Just over 20% of these residents are 65 years of age or older. Additionally, we have 1,300 resident college students and over 3,300 children younger than 17. When combined, nearly 45% of our population is considered to be the most vulnerable to the effects of fire. As is in the case in many communities, our most vulnerable population occupies our most strategically and tactically difficult structures in which to perform firefighting operations. That is, our senior housing complexes and schools. In extinguishing fires affecting all of our residents, most commonly single-family homes, firefighter safety is often compromised without a ladder truck. All rescue, ventilation, and suppression activities have to be completed with ground ladders only, or without the assistance of any ladders on the larger homes, too tall, too large for our short ladders. As a result, firefighter safety is compromised. With only 5 firefighters on duty at any given time, combining the labor-intensive tasks of establishing a water supply, ventilating a fire, search and suppression activities with such limited manpower is difficult enough without the limitations of no ladder truck. It is not uncommon, as an example, for roof operations, ventilation, and attic operations to be delayed until a mutual aid ladder truck can be brought to the incident, generally taking 20 minutes or longer. In many homes in our community, rescue operations from upper floors is impossible without a ladder truck. Chimney fires, which are common in our long and cold New England winters, are especially hazardous to our firefighters. Without the assistance of a ladder truck, chimney fires are extinguished using ground ladders and roof ladders, subjecting firefighters to snow and ice-covered steep roofs. My point is this, folks. Our firefighters are exposed to unwarranted risk, and their efforts are extremely hampered without the assistance of a ladder truck. I have proposed the purchase of a 78-foot single-axle Quint apparatus. This type of apparatus provides a pump, carries water, fire hose, has ground ladders, and most importantly, an aerial device. Essentially, this apparatus provides a variety of tools allowing the firefighters to address the highest scene priorities at the fire without waiting for mutual aid. This could include rescue operations, roof operations, or ventilation, which enables the firefighters to put out the fire. I first introduced the concept of a Quint fire apparatus to the Capital Planning Committee back in 2003. Since 2007, I have been requesting the funding for this apparatus. I have proposed this as part of a normal engine replacement. This apparatus will replace a 25-year-old engine in need of replacement and will not increase our fleet, nor will this article increase your taxes. I am making this proposal to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness and the safety of our existing firefighting force. No additional staff will be required. For the safety of the residents and the safety of the firefighters, and in the interest of providing the tools to our firefighters to serve you, the public, I submit it is worth the additional $160,000, and I urge the passage of this article. Thank you, folks.
Just as I have allowed Chief Madison to speak as a non-resident of the town. Mr. Gold.
Thank you, and I appreciate the chief's comments. I'm in the unenviable position tonight of standing up and opposing this article, and I want to tell you why. I was on the Capital Planning Committee back in 2003, 2006, 2007 when the chief proposed it, and there's been a long succession of citizen committee reviews of the proposal for a Quint ladder truck, and in each case, the justification was not there. We're sitting here at 11:30 at night, many of you hearing this for the first time, where committees have looked at this and reviewed it in depth. And in each case, those committees, as well as the select board, have come up with the conclusion that this is a piece of apparatus that is not necessarily the one that we want. My message tonight is, if we need a ladder truck, we should buy a ladder truck. A ladder truck is not a Quint. A Quint is more expensive. It does a lot more things. And when you look at what a Quint does, a Quint is designed primarily, and I'm not as knowledgeable as some, but more knowledgeable than most on this at this point. A Quint is designed for municipalities who have issues where a multitask vehicle works. Municipalities that are forced to reduce the number of vehicles because of budgeting. So if you have, the research says Richmond, Virginia, and St. Louis, Missouri, and other cities that had to go from 40 and 50 vehicles down by cutting them by 10 or 15. They had to eliminate an entire ladder company or an entire pumper company or entire engine company, and they could make that more efficient by replacing multiple vehicles with a single multi-purpose vehicle. That's what a Quint is for. Quint has also been promoted heavily in communities that are reducing their staffing because of budgets. Where their firefighters, they've got fewer firefighters and they can't operate as many pieces of equipment. We've actually in the enviable position of not having to reduce our staffing in our firefighters department. And in fact, we can't reduce the number of equipment. We could, but we wouldn't want to reduce the number of equipment because the insurance rate that you and I all pay in our homes, which is a very complicated process and is based in part on the number of different vehicles we have. We have 4 vehicles, we will keep 4 vehicles. So we're not going to take advantage of these things that meet a Quint. I'll be the first one to stand up here in the spring when our natural time would come to replace the vehicles, and I was the chair of the Capital Planning Committee when we went on a process of periodic replacements of vehicles and appropriating money every year for a replacement vehicle so that when the time came to buy a vehicle, we didn't have to reach into our pockets and stop buying everything else, we will have, like most people do, saved along the way, along the 7 years in between vehicle purchases. So, you know, I really believe that, you know, we ought to take another look at this. I think the people who have reviewed this over and over again have said that, you know, a ladder truck may be appropriate at this point. We used to have a ladder truck in the town of Longmeadow. For some reason, a fire chief before Chief Madison allowed that ladder truck to be retired. We've purchased 3 or 4 trucks since then, and not once has there been a request for a ladder truck. I believe if there was a request for a ladder truck, it makes sense. We would likely support the request for a ladder truck. And so, you know, I think that in summary, that you know, if we want a ladder truck, we should buy a ladder truck. This is far more expensive than this town absolutely needs. It doesn't meet the justification and the reasons why people go out and buy these expensive Quint vehicles. The last item, though, is finances. What you heard tonight was we're going to draw down our free cash, our safety net, if you will, our checking account, to a very low level. This expenditure will draw that down below the recommended level that this town has operated on for many, many years. It's going to draw it down by hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, if people really want to do that, let's buy this vehicle. Let's come back next spring, reach into our savings account, which is the operating stabilization fund, and pay for it out of the operating stabilization fund. The scheduled time to purchase this would have been next spring, and in fact, that would be the right time to do this. Next spring, let's come out here, let's pay for it out of our operating stabilization fund, not reduce our checking account to the point where it's well below our budget, and then get the vehicle we need and not necessarily the vehicle we want. Thank you.
Mr. Elias?
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen of the meeting, let's look at history. I'm going to read an article from the paper, Springfield paper. At 10 p.m. on April 1st, a fire believed to have been intentionally set was discovered in one of the barns of Lyman Colton's farm in Longmeadow. The Republican reported the flames made such headway with no efficient means at hand to stop the ravage, that all buildings, including the dwelling house, 2 large barns, a tobacco shed, and other outbuildings, were consumed along with a variety of livestock. The paper went on to chastise the Longmeadow Town Fathers for being too cheap to form their own fire department. This came from April of 1864, and it's still going on. I do not reproach the people on the select board for what they're doing. They're not cheap. I've sat at their meetings and watched hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on projects which are needed by some people, not needed by other people. This is something that's needed by everybody in this town. Most of the time, we get something after there's a problem. Somebody dies, we get equipment so it doesn't happen again. We want to prevent somebody dying by having this equipment now. We're not going to have it tomorrow or next month, or maybe not for 6 months or longer, because we have to order this. Just putting it off for a few months for a new meeting, that's not accomplishing anything. The people that are against us buying something like this because we have mutual aid are the same people that complain about having mutual aid. I don't know what to say about that. About a little over a year ago, actually more than that, I was driving down my street and everything was fine. The next morning, I'm driving down my street and there was a shell of a house on that street, Frank Smith Road. And as I found out, that once they got a Quint truck to put down that fire, had they had it before that, well, they could have at least saved part of that building. those poor people still aren't resettled in their house properly. They've been working at this for an awful long time, and it was preventable if we had the equipment. I asked Chief Madison a long time ago why he hadn't pushed for a Quint truck more than he has. His answer to me was, when you're given the choice of having personnel or a piece of equipment, you go with the personnel. They can do something when they get there. A piece of equipment that may be sitting in the garage is not going to do you any good. If we have to lose people that can't man it. If we have a ladder truck and we have to send out 2 trucks, you're going to need more firemen. We have 5 firemen on duty most of the time. We've got an ambulance that we have to run that we run with 2 people. That leaves 3 people to answer the fire calls if it happens. That's not acceptable as far as I'm concerned. When we can put a piece of equipment in the town inventory and hopefully it will never have to be used. Second, last month, my smoke detectors went off. Our fire department were there within less than 5 minutes, and they got it taken care of before these people from Enfield got there with their ladder truck, so they weren't needed. I understand that the cost of a ladder truck is about 1.5 mil, because that's what Enfield is going to pay for their new one. That's a heck of a lot more money than another $250,000 for an all-purpose truck. We've got a great fire department. We've got a great select board. But what's needed by the town is the understanding that you give the people equipment that they need for their safety and for the safety of town. That's what we have to answer to right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephen Foley, 87 Convent Street, retired fire chief from the town of Long Meadow. Just to correct a couple of historical inaccuracies by members of the board, is that when I was hired as fire chief in 1989, I was asked by the Board of Selectmen at that time, as well as the Capital Planning Committee, as well as the Finance Committee, to look at the resources provided to the fire department. I reported back to the board in 1990 that the ladder truck, which was purchased in 1952, the year before I was born, was inadequate. It was tested both for roadworthiness by the Department of Motor Vehicles and failed, and the ladder itself was structurally unsound. So no way was I going to put it out on the road or have our firefighters climb that ladder. I was ordered by the Board of Selectmen to sell the ladder truck for the best price we could get, which I did, under the agreement that we would put the ladder truck on the capital planning program back in 1990. So when I hear the Board of Selectmen talk about kicking the can down the road for the DPW building, this is the same exact analogy. You've kicked the can down the road, down the road, down the road, and listening to Chief Madison tonight explain all of the specificity of a Quint aerial piece of apparatus and what it does, and then to hear a member of the Board of Selectmen who is not a firefighter, maybe he's a wannabe firefighter, get up there and question the chief on his expertise, I find it highly, I can't describe it. It's exasperating. I'm here to support the ladder truck. I was here to support the ladder truck in 1989 when I was hired, and I still live in town. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Jim Cooper, 40 Woodside. I just want to know a little bit more about the truck. And first of all, I guess the questions would be more for the chief. This truck, I mean, the firehouse will be able to accommodate it, I guess is one question. And then secondly, is what I'm hearing is that with the specifications of this truck, it's a multi-purpose, not only a ladder truck, but multi-purpose to the extent that it may help mitigate buying a future truck beyond this truck, if that's a true or false. But getting those answers would probably help me decide on my vote. Thanks.
Chief Madison, please.
Yes, sir, to your first question, will the station accommodate it? Yes, it will. The station doors are quite big. It's built on a concrete slab. There's no issues with the floors. I think you'll see some pictures here. We actually brought one of these vehicles out. I had a dealership bring one of these vehicles out. We parked it in the station. We drove it around the small, tight, narrow streets that we have in town. We set it up in tight locations. We brought it down behind the dorms at Bay Path College, one of the tightest, closest, and this vehicle performs magnificently. They're designed for towns our size. Your second question, I'm sorry, I got to ask you to, your second question was? Yeah, a quick explanation of what a quint is. If you can picture a fire engine, what we all know is a fire engine, and then picture a ladder truck and combine the two, that's a quint. It's a fire engine with a ladder on it. So yes, by purchasing a quint, I wouldn't recommend purchasing a ladder truck too. So purchasing a quint is typically cheaper than buying an engine and buying a ladder truck. Does that answer your question, sir? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Steve Chandler, 60 Duxbury Lane. I would like to speak in favor of this motion as well. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time. I wanted to speak to some of the misconceptions that I think were brought up by the first speaker, but many of them have already been addressed. The big thing I would like to talk about is staffing. The statement was made that we're in the enviable position of not having to reduce staffing, which is absolutely true. It's great that we don't have to reduce staffing, but 5 firefighters on a shift is our top staffing. That's if everyone's in. If somebody's sick or on vacation or who is hurt at work, they're not there and they're not necessarily filled back. So that can leave us with 4, or if I understand correctly, as low as 3 on duty at any given time. Then all of a sudden an ambulance goes out, staffing drops even farther. We've talked a whole bunch tonight about safety and priorities and the things that are important to us. This is a safety issue for the firefighters that work here in town. It's a safety issue for us. These are the tools that they need in order to do things as quickly and efficiently as possible. If we had 20 people on duty, then a ladder truck would be great. 6 people could be on the ladder truck, 4 or 5 people could be on the engine. We could have a backup engine come in as well and still staff an ambulance, but we don't have that ability. This truck will give them the ability to come up to a scene and make decisions. Do I need to ventilate the roof immediately? Do I need to go to the second floor for rescue immediately? Do I need to start fire extinguishment search overhaul immediately? You talked about how big cities use this when they have to reduce staffing because it's more versatile, and that's exactly why they want it here. It's more versatile. It can do more things. I believe what the fire chief is trying to tell us is it gives us more bang for our buck. It may be more expensive, but it's a better use of our money if we can do multiple things with it. I work as a firefighter in a local community that has a ladder truck. It sits there unstaffed. We don't have the firefighters on duty to staff it. So it doesn't go out the door. It waits until people come in off duty from home. Our response to that was we bought a quint. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Stephen Metz,
Dr. Metz.
171 Coventry Lane. I'm currently chair of the Capital Planning Committee. I've been on several presentations by the chief, who makes a very good presentation, and I certainly appreciate that. Everybody so far has been talking about a ladder truck. That was what the town needs. Not only does the quint cost, and I'm not going to engage in any or indulge in any ad hominems, so I hope other people will follow that rule also. The quint not only costs more to buy, it costs significantly more to run. In order to, if we buy one, the quint is going to be taken to every single place that they take a truck to now. So when you're looking at the cost of that, it's the one that keeps on giving. Not only that, it will require more training of the firefighters in town, which again is an ongoing expense. Finally, the use of the quint at all times will create wear and tear on that, which will also have to pay. The amortization of it is significantly more.
Mr. Starr?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm in a position of having to speak against two of my friends and their opposition to this. I speak, though, as an ex-firefighter, volunteer firefighter in Connecticut before we moved to Massachusetts. This is a no-brainer. I don't know why the opposition. When you look at what we really are doing here, we're spending $160,000 because we're getting a $90,000 gift from some people in town. So for $160,000, we're getting 2 fire trucks. I mean, that's what it comes down to when we simplify it. We need to replace engine 3. It's old. It needs to be replaced. There's no disagreement about that. This will replace it and give us a ladder capability. Okay, ladder capability is not just for scaling high buildings. It's for rescue. It's for a whole lot of things. Go back to rescue the TV shows, and I'm sure you saw how it was used. This gives us extra capability. When we look at why the truck was developed to reduce sizes in large cities, that's fine. But what it also does is give us the ability to have a second vehicle use in effect, okay, a ladder truck, in addition to what we normally would have with a pumper or with a fire truck. It doesn't make a lot of sense to suggest that we don't need a vehicle. We do. So the only real question is, why not spend the extra money? It's a small amount of extra money for a tremendous amount of extra utility. And Steve, to argue that it's going to cost us more to train firemen, I want our firemen trained. I want them trained on every possible use, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a wonderful thing. So yes, we need to pass this, and let's go home.
Mr. Friedman?
Previously, I was on the capital planning, and I listened to the figures and the numbers, and I voted against this equipment 2 years ago. But the presentation, the way monies have been raised, I'm comfortable with the economics. On the personal side, in 1976, our own home on Primrose Drive went up in flames. And I expect if it had better equipment, less of the house would have been damaged. We lost about half the house in that fire. 10 years before that, I'm now the only remaining resident in Long Meadow that has witnessed to the worst fire tragedy in the town's history. That's the Reuben Fire on Primrose Drive, directly across the street. To this day, I still remember the fire trucks. I remember the tragedy of 3 young girls who are my friends who perished in that fire. I never met the parents again until 2 years ago. I met Claire Rubin, who now resides in northern Vermont. And we solaced over the tragedy and how that tragedy affected them. I think we have to look beyond the economics here. For many people, they may read in the paper about fire. They may look on CNN or CBS and hear about some family that has been ravaged by fire. But certainly in my life, our own home was ravaged by fire. 3 of my best friends died in a fire. And certainly in my own life, I know the sense of loss of life. So for an incremental $100,000, which could justify avoiding other trucks, let's do it. Let's protect the interests of our community. Let's avoid a tragedy that we will never know that will happen because we've prevented it. Thank you. Let's support this.
Thank you. Ms. Starr?
My name is Cynthia Starr. I live at 81 Williamsburg Drive. I also served on a fire department, a volunteer fire department, in my younger days. I know very much how very valuable it is to have the men and women serve as these first responders to the citizens of Longmeadow. They need the equipment to do their jobs perfectly. It saves our property, saves our homes, protects our children. Maybe we have parents living with us. Anyone in those homes are protected because these men and women come out. We should give them the best possible equipment to help fight the fires and keep us safe. And on a more personal kind of note, but it affects all of us, please remember this winter, dig out your fire hydrant. If those firefighters have to respond to a call at your house, you don't want them wasting time to try to dig out your hydrant to fight the fire at your home.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Attorney Sanjay Freed from Pinewood Hills, Long Meadow. Chief, I just actually had a quick question on, because this type of the Quinn fire truck is so much larger, has aerial capability. What is the, maybe you could give me an update on how easy it can maneuver, especially smaller, narrow streets. I know it's often used in bigger cities, bigger municipalities, and so if you could kind of update on that. I know there's been some progression with the design. And also, the Quinn has a lot of parts that are close together, the drivetrain, the motor, and such, and if there is an issue with that, how long the Quinn would actually be out of service if the mechanic has to take a lot of these other separate parts apart in order to fix one smaller part because of the proximity of all the parts together. The hydraulic pump, the drivetrain, and all that.
Chief Madison, please.
So. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sure. Real quickly, don't run off because I'll probably forget all your questions.
Sure. No, just the two.
So, you wanted to know the size relative?
Well, no, I mean, some people have said that, well, in smaller towns, if the roads are narrow, the Quinn has a harder time maneuvering those.
Well, actually, what I can attest to you now is that the apparatus that I'm recommending here is not much larger than what we drive now. Okay. It's taller because it's got the ladder on top. The wheelbase is about the same. Width is about the same. And I can tell you this, that it will maneuver better than what we have now because the technology they use in the apparatus is much better than it was 25 years ago, and these things turn on a dime. Like I said earlier, we brought this very apparatus out to Long Meadow. We drove it all around our narrow streets and all through our tightest alleys and whatnot, and it performed miraculously. In terms of the repairs, I don't think it's any different than your car. My first car was like a 1964 Ford Fairlane, and I used to climb in underneath the hood to work on it. Who of us can do that now? It's no different with fire apparatus. Yeah, they're all built more confined. Our demands for everything in the apparatus requires it. Everything, it's just like your car. Open up the hood and it's full. So will it cost more if there's a breakdown? I don't know. More than what? More than a modern day fire engine?
I think that the question is with a regular fire truck versus the Quinn. The Quinn has a lot more compressed parts together, right? Isn't it like the...
No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Could there be more expensive repairs on it? Sure, because you got a ladder truck on top of the engine. But outside of that, the engine and the mechanics of that are pretty much the same. Yep.
Or similar? Okay. Thank you.
You ready to vote? All right. All right. Mr. Russell.
I moved into town Jim Russell, Bel Air Drive. I moved into town 50 years ago. One of the first things I found, and one of the reasons why I moved to town, was the quality of the police department and the quality of the fire department. The select board, in their wisdom, picks fire chiefs and picks police chiefs. Eric has done a great job, just like Bob Ciano is doing as the police chief. Many years ago, I was in a special police unit, and we had a training session one night, and they showed a picture. It was entitled Highway 101 by the Ohio State Police. In this graphic movie, I witnessed and saw a driver of a tractor-trailer truck being burned alive inside of the cab of that truck. I swear I can still smell the burning flesh. The chief is asking for a certain piece of equipment. Do any of you, by saying no and depriving the chief of this piece of equipment and his firefighters to save a person's life. Think about that when you vote. I know if I were a firefighter, I would take to my grave if I lost somebody because of the lack of a special piece of equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. All right, we have a motion on the floor under Article 18. Ladies and gentlemen, that requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 18, would you signify so by raising your green cards? All those opposed? The motion passes, majority affirmative vote. I'll now entertain a motion to dissolve the special town meeting. All those in favor, raise your green cards. All those opposed, the special town meeting is hereby dissolved.
I don't think our votes over there were counted.